Crossover dribble.
Sing for the crossover.
Kyrie Irving, crossover in the lane.
One of the most famous crossovers of all time.
Behind the back, an ankle breaker on Chris Paul.
Crossovers.
Crossover.
The crossover continues to evolve.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh are here.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hey.
Always have to adjust my volume here.
Yeah, I got it on too loud because my buds don't work as well as your headphones.
Look at these. We have a little zone football.
Have you heard about our little footballs?
Tiny baby footballs?
Where
Ace
did these
Ventura,
come
Pet
from?
Detective. Well, we
Are
received.
they with the bags? Behind the bags.
They are not
What
with
bags?
the bags.
No.
Remember
What do
the
you mean
bags?
what bags? The bags that were all over our desks.
Stars on Mars.
Didn't you notice those bags were from Fox?
I wanted to poke fun at the bags.
These are not with the bags. We received
Bags.
a delivery of these during the show today, and there was some excitement.
I love the zone and I love football.
We've all got tiny baby balls.
Well, damn it.
Speak for yourself.
How much of this crossover will we spend talking about the huge NBA trade news that has dropped in the last half hour?
John,
I
any takes?
don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, so we get to break the news to John.
Are you ready for this, John?
Oh, I'm sure it's great.
Well, there's been one trade that's been sort of just sitting on the edge all summer long.
Yeah. Simmons talked about it this morning, you know.
Oh,
I
so
didn't
the
listen.
Lakers and the Clippers are going to switch teams.
Jerseys.
They're just going to switch
They're gonna
jerseys.
switch
Not that
locker
trade.
The
rooms.
Lakers are now the Clippers are now the Lakers.
It
Cool.
involves Damian Lillard, John.
Oh, you know, John.
Oh,
Do you care about where Damian Lillard plays basketball?
no.
Who is your son a fan of, John?
The Milwaukee Bucks?
Boom.
That's who he plays for now.
He's a Bucks now. He's a Buck.
He's a Bucks.
With Giannis
Cool.
and friends.
And friends. Chris Middleton.
Yep.
I'm sure that'll make a
His
big
teeth.
difference. Sure, it'll make a huge
It
difference.
will.
I bet it will, John.
Yeah, actually, you're right, John.
It'll be
This
great.
will.
Be awesome.
See, wow. There's a lot of sarcasm, but you're actually correct
Now,
on these takes.
So when you go do your game at Marquette this year, maybe you'll see Dame. Hi, Dame.
Oh, get him on your pregame show. When you'll have to extend
they'll
it
be out of
15
town.
minutes because the TV window will be like, hey, we're just going to add more time.
Well,
Is
yeah,
he-
they'll do that because TV sucks.
Is he one of the problematic NBA players?
No, Dame
Okay.
is good. Dame is very nice.
I don't
It's
think
probably
he's said
easier to
anything.
ask if he's not one of the problematic
Yeah.
NBA
That's
players.
why I was at. It's hard to keep track.
I think he's okay.
Yeah.
I don't
Is
think
he
he's
okay?
said anything.
Well,
Not that I know of, but I'm
here's-
not into that.
He
world.
likes Modelo.
That's not problematic.
That's a take.
Not that
No,
I
I'm
know
just
of.
saying, like, he's in the Modelo commercials.
I like Modelo.
He's a Modelo man.
I support local, but
Put a little
yeah.
lime in there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I had it in Mexico last year.
Especial.
Remember when I went to Mexico
And didn't see the
Yes.
pyramids.
and didn't see? Yes, Nick, because I was at a resort.
Yeah, but get Dame on the pregame show.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is when
No.
Marquette is at home, usually the Bucks are out of town.
Nah, they'll be there. Don't worry. Dame will be there. He'll be like, I can't wait till John Bishop gets here.
Happer says he will
And-
not be square.
Mm.
And I'll be like, and you are who?
Oh,
Wow.
you big time Dame?
You'll be like Don Draper. I don't know who you are.
Pretty much.
Dang. Tough look for him. We had a meeting today and basketball season came up in the meeting.
I know. It's amazing.
I
isn't
said,
it?
yeah. I said to our boss, like, yeah, it's a month away. And the look on his face was, oh my God,
Yeah.
it's a month away.
Yeah.
Everything snuck up this year.
Well,
Well, that's
Not
how
really.
life works.
I mean, it's September the 27th.
it's October on Sunday.
But
Yeah.
it's basketball. I'm not paying attention to basketball. I don't care about basketball, John.
Thank you, Nick. Same.
Yet we've spent 4
Bad
minutes
take.
on this.
Basketball's awesome.
In April.
Swish.
College basketball is awesome.
I do like
yes.
women's college basketball.
College
though.
basketball
I can't wait
is
to be
awesome.
back
College
on the
basketball
call
is
again
awesome.
this year.
What do you think of this idea? Well, if you're going to hijack this with the NBA,
Yeah, let's talk basketball.
here's my idea, okay? Because it kind of stems from, everyone is expanding their playoffs. I hate the baseball playoffs. It's awful.
Me too.
I mean, last night solidified it for me. I mean, the Cubs are obviously not a playoff team.
But
Yet
they're
They
in
don't
the
still in the
deserve
playoffs.
to be
race.
there.
They don't. None of those teams deserve to be.
Correct.
Wow.
But
Good take.
but the only reason it's being done is because everyone's like playoff. We gotta have playoff. So here's my idea for the NBA.
He's right about this, Josh.
I know this is a very European take of John.
Here's my idea for the NBA. NHL can do it too if they want.
All right.
You have 30 teams in the NBA, right?
Yes, for now.
So every team
Every team.
plays every other team twice.
Okay, so that would
That's
be
58 games. Or let's expand to 32 teams.
which
so
is
it's an
what they're
even-
going to do.
Right. So we expand to 30. So they each play the other 31 teams twice.
So that's 62 games.
Once at home, once on the road.
Oh, the timing.
That's weird. That thing's supposed to. I always have my. I've got a do not disturb timer on here,
Mhm.
and it did not go off. That's weird.
Oh,
Anyway, I've got a rower scheduled for our 16-20. Anyway, so
Nice.
every NBA team plays every other NBA team, home and road, once each.
Okay. I'm rolling.
After that,
No games.
the mega playoffs.
The whole
Every
league-
team gets in.
Oh, all 32?
And now, 32-team bracket, you're going to have some buys in there.
So it's like a
whatnot.
basketball battle royale.
And that's what it is.
John, don't put this out there because people will hear this and they'll be like, yes, great idea. This is a horrible.
And now Glenn's
John!
calling.
Glenn!
Glenn, he's on the
Glenn, I'm
air.
on the air.
I'm going to tweet at Glenn.
Glenn, I'm on the
We're
air.
on the radio.
I think Glenn's testing my do not disturb thing, which still hasn't turned on for some reason. Maybe it doesn't turn on until 2. And now it's
John, just
testing.
turn it on.
No,
It's
no,
on the
no. Now I
air.
want it on. Call me. Anyone who knows me, call me.
Glenn, you know that we do a radio show.
He doesn't know what the crossover is, probably.
Yeah, maybe he thought he could get you 3 minutes before the
that's
show.
still
Oh, wait.
horrible.
No, Glenn just said apologies, forgot what time it was. No, don't apologize, Glenn. Keep calling until I want to
No.
make sure this thing's working.
you should
if
have
you
answered
wanna-
and then just put him on the air.
You
I
should have
should've.
said, yeah, if you wanted to reach me, you have to call at 402-951-1620.
Our phone lines are great.
Just
Yeah,
don't
give
hang
us-
up. 'cause we
But what do
won't
you
know if
think?
did.
What do you think? Mega playoffs.
No.
I mean, it's all about the damn playoffs.
That's stupid, John, and you know
Why
it.
is it stupid?
You're just sarcastically making this
Yeah,
idea.
you can't. If you don't like the regular playoffs, why would you want them to
Do
be
you think
super?
it's stupid because you just
Because-
don't want change?
No.
No, Nick, everybody making the playoffs defeats the purpose of the playoffs.
It defeats
But
the
that's
purpose
where
of the
we're
regular
trending anyway. So at least
we're
let's
not
do it this way.
trending there.
Yes, we are. Oh, yes,
If
we
we're all
are.
playoffs, it's no playoffs.
Oh, yes.
There's a
we
billion
are.
bowl games in college football. You seem like you're fine with that.
I mean, look, I don't need them to be
I
taken
don't pay
away,
attention to half of them.
but I don't pay attention to half of them, at least.
Because remember, the reason why we're doing this is because everyone loves playoffs. Playoffs. I gotta have all playoffs.
John, why are you doing this to yourself? You don't want this.
Yeah, why are you doing this to yourself?
I'm not doing this to myself. I don't have to watch if I don't want to. I'm just looking out for America. I mean, why? Let's skip all these nonsensory steps to the ultimate finish line and just make it all about the playoffs. There you go.
No,
I think
thank
it's a
you.
great idea.
One
The
vote
NBA is
no
going to
for
make
me.
$1 trillion.
Yeah, I vote no as well.
It'll become America's most popular sport thanks to my idea.
By the
I'll
way,
vote yes
The
on it. Why
playoffs
not?
the NBA playoffs are already like double too long
Wow.
Oh, well, I know, but
and too many
again,
teams.
So you wanted to start with the semis? You want there to be 8 playoff teams instead of 16?
That's a good start.
Nothing
Yeah.
wrong with a good semi.
Baseball, I actually liked, and John, like, it's kind of depends on what you grew up with or what you sort of liked at different times. I actually liked the single wild card game. I was okay with that because
Didn't the Cubs win and the
Because
Royals
the
won?
Cubs won one
Remember
and
the
the Royals
Royals when
won.
they beat the A's?
people forget it was
You're talking about
it
this
was
on
9
Friday.
years ago on Saturday. People
Wow.
forget that.
Wow.
But like the team that loses that game wasn't a playoff team. But the team that wins that game is the extra one, is the extra 2.
Yeah.
As opposed to the wild card. Like I'm okay with that. I'm okay with 10.
When I was growing up, there were 8 playoff teams. There was 4 in each league.
Yep.
When John was growing up, there were 4
There were
playoff
four.
teams.
That was the best playoff because
See,
then when you won a division, that was like people like to mock, because they're doing a champagne
oh yeah, because
celebration.
it's ridiculous.
But in
that they
baseball,
celebrate
man,
like
when you
that.
won a division in baseball, that was a big deal.
it's a big deal.
I like
But-
the wild card game. I'm pro wild card game.
By the
Now
way,
we
didn't
have
like
wild
this-
card
it's not-
series.
It's very not baseball-y to do a game.
It is.
So John mentioned a few minutes ago how he hates television. Have you seen the news about your Creighton Blue Jays?
That's why I hate television.
Holy crap! Have you seen this?
What's the news?
I just saw this. The Iowa game,
Oh yeah, yes.
9:00 Central Time.
Let's ride.
On a
What?
freaking Tuesday.
Why?
John is so mad.
Oh,
Because-
I'm mad for him. I'm
because-
mad for me the
because
next
it
day.
is
I have to
so-
work with him.
I mean, it is so dumb.
That's true.
He's going to be
Why
so
do we?
tired.
We have an entire quarter of the country that's called the Pacific time zone. Put one of their games there because that's 7 o'clock local
So
time.
does this mean they're doing a triple-header that's starting at 5? Or it
Probably.
means they're doing okay.
Probably.
If they're just doing a doubleheader, I'm going to be pissed.
And
Wait
you
a
know,
minute.
and you know what? You know what's going to mean? I guarantee you one of those two games is going to go long, and they're going to say, "Oh, we've got to do our 15-minute slide."
Both of
you
them
know
go
what,
long.
Fox? Go to hell. Go to hell, Fox. And I'll bet you.
What about the Stars on
you,
Mars bags?
Yeah.
That was cheap plastic. This football's worth more than what you gave us. I would not be shocked if that game is
Starts
done
at
remotely.
9:30?
No, it's done remotely. I bet there's no announcers in the building.
Oh,
I
that's actually
I bet they got
true.
poor Nick Boss sitting in his house, which they have literally done before.
Wow.
Oh no.
John is fired up.
I would be
I'm
too.
tired of television screwing everything up.
Wow, they just actually Creighton just sent out the TV times for every game. Oh, you be
Oh, John, why don't you look at that?
Oh yeah, you know what?
yes.
Let's just trigger John left and right. All right, the first game of the actual season is at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night.
Oh,
That's how the season begins. Florida A&M. Let's see. We already talked
I'm
about
not surprised.
the Iowa game. For you weekend folks, a 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon home game on November the 11th. Oh, that actually might matter for us.
what time's the Alabama game?
Bama is, where is that game? There it is. Saturday, December 16th at 1 o'clock.
But it's on Big Fox.
That's fine.
Real quick,
that's fine.
Saturday, November 11th. I think I have overreaction. I do. Who do they play?
Maryland.
That's the Maryland game.
I believe so. Maryland or Michigan State.
And I said, what, the 1 o'clock tip for Creighton? That shouldn't get in the way of overreaction, which is because then we'd get punted over to we'd get punted over to something. I have no idea.
That's true. Yeah.
Let's see. Some weeknights. Weeknight against Villanova, 8 o'clock on a Wednesday. Tuesday night at 7:30. That's a normal time.
Well, but the other side, the positive side about having the 8 o'clock tips
Positive
sometimes
side.
is you get the 6 o'clock tips sometimes, which is
Sometimes. Yeah, they have a few of those. Like, here's a road one.
Well,
Tuesday,
that's only when
January
they travel
2nd.
east.
to the east.
Yeah,
To
that's
the
only when they
east.
travel east. Yeah, there's a
Wednesday,
lot of 8 o'clocks
6.
in there, but that 9 o'clock, are you kidding me?
That's dumb. It's a central
That is
time
so
game.
dumb for a marquee game.
Yeah, that's stupid.
For a marquee game. I mean,
Make an 11 o'clock window. Why not? Let's do
Yeah.
a quadruple header.
seriously, you have
Coach
the
Prime.
Pac-12 isn't dead yet.
No, it's
Put
not.
one of their games
There's a
on.
whole other half of the country.
Michael
Put a
says,
Mountain West game on.
And the greatest thing about this, like this is a big East game because it's a Creighton home game.
right. Well, it's a Gavitt game. Is
It's,
what it
it's
is.
a Gavitt game, but it's like, it's a Big East property, right?
Yeah.
Just starting a game at 9 o'clock,
I
10
feel-
o'clock
I
in
mean,
the
I feel
East.
bad for the Hawks.
Right?
Go Hawks.
They're driving
John,
4 hours to
what
get
the-
here.
No, they're not driving.
what are you going to do that day? Like, the show's going to end and the game is still 3 hours away.
Well, at least I won't have to leave the studio early.
That's
Yeah, you
true.
won't have to
well,
do
you
the
never
show.
do. We always do the show live until
That's
6
true.
o'clock
Yep.
every day.
Every day.
Michael, not severe, comments on YouTube, says, old man voice, what time do the girls play? Don't
I
think we
have
know
no
the tip
idea.
times for the
I don't think we
women's
have the-
games just
Yeah,
yet.
they don't make the women play this late.
No,
I'm
'cause they're
eagerly
all on
looking forward to
Flow
those
Sports.
times. Oh, yeah. Flow Sports, baby.
Hell yeah.
You'll hear the dulcet tones of me.
Blow
So-
it up. That's what I say.
Josh, let's do some games this year.
I would love to.
Let's talk some back.
Hey,
Call Glenn.
Yeah, call Glenn back and tell him that Happer and I want to do some games together.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Have Glenn call it.
We've only called soccer together so far, right?
Yes.
Or did we call any women's games?
No, I haven't done a women's
All
basketball.
right, so yeah, let's do some. Oh, there are some times. Sunday, December 3rd, Northern Iowa, 1 o'clock.
Go
There you go.
Panthers.
There's a time.
There's a time.
Thursday, November 16th, 6 o'clock. There you go. Cool.
There's
Times.
another time.
All right.
The
Times.
time boys.
The time
The
boys.
times they are a changing.
Mm.
Bob Dylan.
Overrated.
Or
Better
flogging Molly.
take.
Start swimming,
Mm.
or you'll sink like a stone.
Star Wars Fiend says John will be driving home from that one, getting himself a nice breakfast sandwich with sausage by the time that one is over.
Okay, so let's think. We got 11 o'clock. John's out of there by probably 12:30.
Yeah.
Well, that's if it starts at 9, which it's not.
Which it's not going
Okay,
to.
so
It'll be a
let's
pushback.
say
Say
11:30.
9:45.
11:30.
I'll be
end.
getting home around 2.
11:30 and John's out by 12:30 to 1.
That's one of those. He's doing the show from home the next day.
John's
Yep.
home by 2.
which
got
means
that right.
I'm doing the show from home the next day.
Oh
Awesome.
man, I don't get to see you guys.
No,
Ah.
I'll come in.
Why don't you just go bunk with like Nick Baugh or Kevin or something?
Nick lives in
Nick
Lincoln.
lives in Lincoln. Too.
Kevin
Oh.
practically lives in Lincoln. It's not
Well-
like he lives close.
Kevin may not be doing that game. He might be on the road for football.
Mm.
I think he just meant. Oh, I thought he just meant like stay at his house.
John,
Yeah,
I'll be
just
at the
bunk with him,
game.
have a sleepover.
I'm going to go to Iowa Creighton. Can you come over to my house afterwards?
Oh, there
I
you
got
go.
an extra
I'm
room.
fine.
I've got an air mattress,
I
John.
wanna-
You can hang out at my apartment.
Oh,
I
you
got
can live
Dak
in-
Prescott's bed. It's a great bed.
It's a great bed.
It's the only thing great about Dak Prescott. Well,
What
that
about
he
his
throws
leg-
interceptions at the perfect
His leg
time.
tattoo. Don't forget about his
Yeah,
leg tattoo.
remember when his leg broke?
Imagine going under just to get a giant leg tattoo. That's wild.
It's an amount of money to have that I just
11
cannot
hours?
fathom.
Oh, there's a word for it. It starts with
Just
S.
Get the tattoo without going under.
Stupid.
Stupid.
I thought you were gonna say slimy.
Well, I bet there was some cream and Vaseline being used
Whoa.
on
They
it.
do put lotion on the skin. It puts the lotion on the skin.
This tattoo on
Or it
my
gets
arm.
the hose again.
This tattoo on my arm took like 6 hours. You know what I didn't do? Ask to get put under because I'm not soft like Dak Prescott.
Well, you
How much
also don't
money
have-
would you have to spend to go under for 11 hours?
a lot of money,
and then
Again,
get also the tattoo on top of that.
Mhm.
yeah, and that wasn't a cheap tattoo. It definitely was not a
Not that
cheap.
he doesn't have
He
the
had 4
money.
people doing it at the same time.
Honestly, I'd probably want to go under if I was
That'd be
getting
a
that
lot.
big
That'd
of
be
a
painful.
tattoo.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of needles.
Why not just get it in spurts?
Because
Like,
he's got a
get this?
season to throw
Yeah, he's got to play
interceptions
some
in.
football.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Many people are
Break
asking
his
John,
ankle.
what happened to make you so angry today? Odson says, what happened last night that would have John so angry?
It's Fox. It's just television. That's
It's
all.
stupid television.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
No, actually, I'm in a fine mood.
But we must bow down to our television overlords.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
we're
TV.
just the radio. What do we know?
Thank you, TV. We
Still
love you.
AM radio.
Thank you for all the money
Mm.
and the Stars on Mars bags.
And the stars on. Yeah.
yeah,
why
you know,
did we get those?
Yeah, why
I don't
why
know.
not? Why not?
I think it's part of a promotional thing. Like, hey,
well,
Well, yeah,
obviously.
here.
Yes.
Yeah, but why did
Hey,
we get
watch
them?
this show that no one's gonna watch.
I get the FM's getting it because that's some free content for
there was
them.
a Gordon
I think there
Ramsay
was-
well,
luggage
we just gave him
tag
content
that I
now.
kind of like.
I think there was just so much of it that they're just like, here.
Mm.
So I got it.
But
too.
who are they? Who came by? Was it Francois McGillicuddy?
I think it was mailed to us.
Francois McGillicuddy.
I
Was
think
it Mr.
Who
KPTM?
is
news-
Francois
Oh, wait,
McGillicuddy?
no.
I think the affiliate just mailed it to us.
Mm.
Oh, they're just mailing it in. Well, that's true. I don't think there actually are any live bodies at Fox 42.
I
are
have-
there?
They're in Iowa.
Yeah, they
Exactly.
in
Are
Iowa.
they
in
still
Iowa.
doing the whole news thing from Iowa?
I believe so.
Definitely.
Really?
I have a friend I went to college with who does some video stuff there. So there's at least one person there.
There you go.
I think
You
he
should
gets
ask him
B-roll.
how quiet the office is on a daily basis.
I mean, why don't they just do
That
what they
one
do
guy
in
who used to
Lincoln
work
and
here?
share their news
No.
department with Central
oh,
Nebraska?
Bandana Man.
Yeah, one guy. Yeah.
Sing us a song. You're the Bandana Man.
No, Bandana Man does work there,
I
though,
know,
so-
yeah.
okay.
He
He
showed up
came
on.
in last year and interviewed me
Oh yeah.
for when Scott Frost got fired.
It's so weird seeing his
Classic.
decorum on TV compared to
Yes.
how he was when he was here because there's a little different.
Mhm.
Just a little different.
By the way, I did forget to say to John that the exhibition game is at 7:00 to open the crate.
That's nice.
I see the schedule,
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Is
We
that
love
on
an
TV?
exhibition.
No, it's on Flow Sports.
oh,
which means you'll get the radio broadcast. Which means if Nick is
Nice.
there, maybe we'll talk about his fantasy team off the air.
That was so funny.
The first year we did it, or no, second year because Doug was gone. We were doing the simulcast. The
Right.
radio was going out over the internet stream, and we
And they
forgot
can
to
hear
mute
everything.
ourselves during commercials.
And that was the first year when everyone started doing the whole daily fantasy.
yeah, the
thing.
daily fantasy. So
DFS.
Nick was talking about his daily fantasy team, and Doug wasn't on it. And Doug and his brother are watching us from his apartment in Chicago, and they're tweeting or texting at Nick.
put me on your DFS team.
Yeah. So they were enjoying our conversation about Nick's daily fantasy.
Awesome.
So anyway,
How about this? Major League Baseball. Oh, this is a tweet from 8 hours ago. Did you see that? Wow, I feel bad. Sorry, I apologize. Somebody quote tweeted it.
Did you
It's
see
interesting
this?
that somebody
President
quote-tweeted
Kennedy
it.
got
I
shot
wonder who.
today.
No, but
What?
Rob Manfred says in a few years they're going to have a separate broadcast focused solely on gambling analysis, each pitch, each swing, and ability to
Yeah.
bet on
But
everything.
like it's gonna be like all digital. Like
okay,
yeah.
I won't watch that broadcast.
No, nobody will.
no, thank you.
It'll be the gambling version of Statcast broadcast,
Mm.
Yeah,
which
can't imagine. it
which
being
there's
a
about
thing.
6 people who watch.
John does like the one on Amazon.
I do, but it's
No, but not even like a broadcast. But I'm talking about like when you go to MLB.com and you click on like
Oh,
the game day.
yes, I see.
it'd be like
I see.
that.
It's that.
I see what you mean.
No, I love the next gen one or whatever they call it.
Odson had a funny comment on the YouTube about
Good job,
the front desk at KPTM.
Oh, the front.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yep. Yep.
Front desk talk today.
Danielle says, I hate defending Dak, but local anesthesia is not going under.
I didn't realize it was local anesthesia.
I thought he went under.
I thought he went under.
I
too.
thought that was the story, was
that's
that
what
he
I
went
thought.
under.
Yeah. I'll look
But
it up.
also, if you
No,
have
I
that
don't think
many
it was
needles in
local.
your arm at once, it's going to go numb eventually. So you don't even need local anesthesia for that.
He was sedated for 11 hours.
Yeah, that's not local.
He was sedated for the entire 11 hours.
That's the big thing.
Yep.
That's the
Think of all
mask.
those hours he could have spent working on his red zone offense.
I
Or
know that would
watching
explain
film.
it.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I bet his film hours were really low that day.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah.
Johnny Manziel probably.
I think he needs a Kyler Murray clause in his contract.
Oh,
No more tattoos.
No more Call of
tattoos.
Duty.
You gotta make sure you're watching your film. Make sure you're logged in on our laptop or whatever. And
Come on, Dak. Less
You
tattoos.
guys heard that Deion checks, Coach Prime checks film hours too.
Oh, he does.
Well, he was asked about why one of his star defensive backs wasn't playing much, Cormani McLean. And he was like, well, you got to watch film. You gotta-
Oh,
he just
boom
threw him-
roasted.
He just threw him right under the bus. It was
Mm.
great. I seriously thought it was great.
Good for Prime.
Good for Prime.
Good for Prime. Good for Prime.
It helped on Saturday, didn't it?
Yikes.
Yes.
They lost by a lot of points.
We'll help again this Saturday.
Oh, they're going to lose also by a lot of points.
Do you think they will lose by less or more points this
Less.
Saturday? I
Less
agree.
points because they're going to be able to score more.
Because USC is still a lot like last year's USC. They have a
Agreed.
little bit of a defensive challenge.
Also, Dan Lanning is focused on football right now. Lincoln Riley is focused on banning reporters.
Yeah.
So, yeah. He's also focused on clicks.
Plus, it's going to be 9 a.m. their
Ooh.
time, their body clock when that thing kicks off.
Sleepy. Oh, my football's over there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would be willing to. What is the spread on that game?
It's up near what it was last week.
So 21.
Yeah, I think so.
Ooh. I mean, if you could give
21
me
and a half.
if you could give me the 36 points that they lost to Oregon by, I would definitely take Colorado.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah.
it wouldn't surprise me if it was 55-40.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
I don't know. That's a weird score. It's a weird
63 to
scoreboard.
44.
Yeah.
We should probably bet on the over in this game.
Probably.
Yeah.
Over. Bet the over.
Bingo.
I don't know what the total is. What is it, Josh?
I closed the window. I'll go back to it real fast.
It's got to be in the
I'm going to guess
mid 70s.
Ooh, guess the line.
A very original game.
Yep.
72 and a half.
I was going to say 74 and a half.
Wow, you guys literally split it. 73 and a half.
We should have our own book.
It's a
We
big
should
number.
do a podcast,
big
John.
We should.
When
where
we guess
just,
the
where
lines.
we just guess the lines. Here's 2 hours of us just guessing lines. Okay, so 69 Jets
Nice.
versus
Oh, you wanna-
83 Dolphins.
You want to guess
the line.
pretend lines?
No, I guess lines for like this week.
Well, that's the fantasy segment.
Okay.
We'll do actual games, but then we'll do a
Guess
fantasy
historical
segment.
lines.
Yes, we'll guess historical lines.
I'm down
That'd
for
be
this.
horrible.
83 Huskers versus 84 Sooners.
Oh, you never did the worst segment ever yet, have you?
No, we still haven't
Damn
done
it. I want to
Yeah.
hear the worst segment ever.
I need the worst segment.
The
ever.
worst segment ever is when we each talk about our fantasy teams and gambling.
I
and
want to
how we
hear
did over
this.
the
Yeah.
weekend.
They recap their weekend of gambling and fantasy. I need this segment
Still
so
haven't
bad.
done
Well, the gambling is all right. The fantasy's what's boring.
But if he's like, yeah, so I had the team and they were up 21 points, but the line was 17. and then
Nobody
there was a
cares how much
backdoor
money you
cover.
won or
Okay,
lost.
but
Oh, they're both, John, they're both bad.
that's isn't that the point of bad beats?
Bad beats is funny though, because it's not like,
Well, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, but it didn't.
kind
there's
of.
no personalization of bad
Correct.
beats though. It's just like, hey, here's a weird thing that happened.
It happened. And
Well,
that's
yeah,
what
but
I
the
love.
I was holding my
but doesn't the
$10 ticket.
personalization makes it better?
Wow, so he doesn't think it's the worst segment ever.
No,
Thank you,
the
John.
fantasy definitely is.
Maybe we'll just talk about our fantasy teams then.
Oh, God, that sounds terrible.
And I had 2 of this week. That was good.
Didn't someone actually ask us if any of our shows were doing a fantasy segment?
Yeah.
Somebody asked me that yesterday too.
Okay.
The answer, hell no.
No.
Yeah, I guess I can't speak for the other shows, but we definitely are not in.
We were the first to drop it.
We were. I'm proud of that decision.
I
by
am
us.
too.
One of my friends actually asked me yesterday, "What? Do you guys have a fantasy guy on the show?" I go, "No." He goes, "Why?" I go, "I don't want to."
Yeah, why would we do that?
I don't think it's good.
That segment is good for like 15 people who get their questions answered.
They get the questions
Right.
But otherwise, it's just
But for
me
every-
reading 2 names and the guy saying
Yeah.
this guy. It's like, okay, cool. Next name, over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Would you do this?
T.Y. Hilton in a PPR or Wes Welker? Well, Wes Welker, I have 8th on my board
It
this
applies to one specific.
T.Y. Hilton, I have 9th.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
That said, John Tuvey was really nice.
Oh, yeah. John was great. There was nothing wrong with John.
Yeah.
It was just
The
when you-
segment.
when you think about it, it's like, why am I listening to this?
Yeah. Dave says, I'd rather listen to the random Mike show from 2 to 6 over a fantasy football segment.
Nice. That'd be good.
Wow.
He'd have some things to say.
Amazing Daniel, a bit triggered. He says, fantasy out. Now, if we get rid of Mitch and gambling segments, I might be a full 2P to 6P.
Wow.
You want to get rid of Mitch Sherman?
Guess who's
You
on?
jerk.
Mitch
Yeah.
Sherman?
What did Mitch Sherman do to you?
I like Mitch Sherman.
Yeah. What's
But
wrong
good
with
news
Mitch
for
Sherman?
Daniel is the good Mitch is on today.
Whoa. Roasted the
Oh,
other Mitch.
Mitch Holtz.
Tough look.
Yeah. Touchdown, Kansas City.
I can't wait to only talk about Chiefs football today and nothing else.
You can doubt the Chiefs.
Was that your Mitch Holtz
No,
impression?
it was half-assed. But what is his lineup?
It's probably a really good thing that Stibbs passed away.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what he would have been like this year calling Mitch every week?
Oh.
He said he's tweeted that this is his least favorite football season ever.
I
Yeah.
know, but when you consider everything, I mean,
Oh yeah, they've won 2 Super Bowls now.
This is like
We would've-
Stibbs' apocalypse.
Oh,
the
it is.
four
we would
horsemen
have
of
had
everything.
we would have had a moment where right in the middle of our Mitch segment, you would have just heard this creaking in the background. We would have looked and would have been Stibbs hanging himself by the ceiling.
No.
and so the producer cam, all you would see on the producer cam be the opposite of producer Josh just seeing his butt while he's vomiting in the trash can. It'd just be Stibbs' legs hanging in front of the camera. That's what it would have been.
You guys,
So it's a good thing he passed away.
You
when he
would-
did.
Yeah, good thing
Lane
he's already
Price
dead.
on Mad Men just hanging
Yes,
himself.
exactly.
Oh my
You'd
god!
let him
And then
get that
Josh,
far?
and then Josh would have been, look, oh, I'm not taking him down. Well, I'm not taking him down. I'm not touching a dead body. Well, I'm not touching a dead body. And then by the end of the show, we're both like, damn, it stinks in here.
Yeah, we need to Photoshop his face onto this. We can tweet it out every time that the Chiefs win a game. And then you and Happer and I were all just looking at him.
Put him on the stream.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, God.
Someone who's good at Photoshop and DM me.
Wonder
Oh,
what
man.
Stibbs thinks about the whole Taylor Swift thing.
He hates
Oh,
it.
he is
He hates it.
miserable. He is so
He's in
miserable
hell.
right
It's
now.
so miserable.
It's sad.
Yeah.
We really need the Mariners to do something here in the last
Yes,
week.
we
We
do.
do.
We should probably
We
get a
do.
wellness check on
We need him to
Stibbs.
win tonight. Go Mariners.
Mm.
We keep the Astros out of the playoffs. It's good for everybody.
I like the Mariners. They have a trident. I like the trident thing.
There
they
you
do.
go.
About
Tridents
the
are in
guy who
news.
threw the ball at the guy last night.
Wait, what
I
happened?
was watching this game. I was watching the Mariners game live, and I was watching. I know it was on TBS, but I was watching the Mariners broadcast.
Very funny.
And pitcher's calling for a new baseball, and all of a sudden he gets hit by another baseball, but it doesn't come from the umpire.
Yeah.
It came from
Yeah,
the
we've
stands.
we'll have the video coming
Oh,
up here.
awesome.
Yeah.
I
He
haven't
got
seen
hit
this.
by a baseball
Mm.
from a person in the stands wearing a Mariners jersey,
Yeah.
wearing a Jared Kelnick jersey.
Yeah.
The Mariners broadcast just skipped right over it.
Mm.
They,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah. Ron Darling's like, ban this kid for life.
yes, they were like, "What just happened? Never seen that before," and then they never talked about it again.
Wow.
It was very odd.
Yeah.
One more thing real fast. Star Wars Fiend says, why can't we have a Royals segment like we have a Mitch Chiefs segment?
Good
we
point.
actually, back in the day, we did.
because we're a Royals affiliate.
We
we're
did a
proud to be.
weekly Royal. We would have
Yeah,
Seren Petro
yeah,
on.
Oh, boy.
We
I'm
would
glad
have his
didn't do that.
producer on. Who is his producer? What was that guy's name?
Oh,
Or
I
if I
don't
saw
remember.
his
He used to
number
call
in
me
my
all the
phone.
time. I had him. But
Yeah, we would
There-
have
there's a-
Royals people
there's a reason why.
because no one listened to it.
Well, and
Todd
and
Lebo.
the
Yes,
Royals
that
are
is a guy.
not good.
Oh, and the Royals sucks. Doug Stewart. I don't know who that is.
Doug Stewart, that's his producer.
810 WHB.
Yep, that's it.
Nice. Todd Palmer from the
Yeah.
Kansas City Star.
Well,
Yeah.
good
If
thing
you want
none
a
of those
Royal-
people exist. Well, they exist, but
If you would like a daily Royals segment, meet Connor in the parking lot at about 2:45.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
you
doing a
got-
big breakdown of a game on Friday.
Just
Yeah,
set up
that'd be
like a
awesome.
press conference stage in the parking lot.
That's a great idea.
It's a good bit.
Oh, we
idea.
could sell that. There you go.
We
You could have that
could.
sponsored.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah,
Put it on digital.
put it on digital.
All right.
The digital boys.
Okay.
Bye, Hap.
Oh, by the way, guys,
Yeah.
Saturday, in addition to being the 9-year anniversary of the 2014 American League wildcard game,
Hmm.
did you know Saturday is also Happy Lupus Day.
Yes, I heard you
Yes.
mention this.
Happy Lupus Day.
Happy Lupus Day, guys.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
I
we were-
think they need to put a PSA up on about lupus awareness.
Oh, that'd be great.
That would be pretty funny.
Thank you, Matt Rule, for Lupus Awareness Day.
No. Thank you, Scafra, for lupus
But
awareness.
Rule
Should
is
we get a
bringing it
lupus
back.
cake?
Right.
He's trying to bring back Let Me Clear My Throat, and he'll bring back lupus.
You should get a lupus cake for Big Red
A
Overreaction.
lupus cake.
Yeah.
We'll eat it when the press conference isn't going out over the stream. It'll be perfect. It'll be perfect.
It will be perfect.
It will be good.
As Stibbs is hanging.
As Tibbs is hanging himself over there. Oh my gosh. What a visual.
Like, that'd be a really mean prank to pull on people. Like, put it on Halloween or something like that. Like, if you just hang like a fake person. I was like, what's going on back
Oh,
there?
you should have saved this for off the air. That's a tremendous idea.
It actually is.
Nobody will remember this.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
good
true.
call. Yeah, it's still a month away.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
We'll
Bye.
see you. That's Connor. That's the crossover. It is a Wednesday, and the program begins right after those.
Mind blowing.
Can you trust a child for your food takes, and that's your problem?
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes, there you go.
Hey, look at this baby. That baby knows.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Well, a cool start this morning from some fog lingering around the metro, but into the afternoon we should warm up nicely to around 78 degrees. Mostly sunny skies and mostly clear overnight tonight. Hitting a morning low around the mid-50s, mostly sunny throughout the day tomorrow with a slight breeze, hitting a high temperature around 84 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Matt Davidson breaks down Louisiana Tech and previews the Michigan game Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
Val's Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard has something fun for all ages. Come take a ride on the antique cars, where the kids are the drivers. Visit our foam ball play area called the Egg Scramble. Stop by the cider mill area where you can have a drink of refreshing apple cider and taste some deliciously good barbecue at Ethan's Applewood Smokehouse. Val's has more than 50 other attractions included with admission, along with fireworks every Friday night at 9. Val's, the place to visit this fall.
If you love food, love fun, love fall, you'll love Val's Pumpkin Patch best of all.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. This is your dentist. Do me a favor and feel the front of your teeth. How grimy are they? Ugh. It's time for a Crest Pro Health reality checkup. That grime is the buildup of plaque bacteria that can cause cavities in just months. You need to switch to Crest Pro Health. While most toothpaste stop working in minutes, Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects for up to 12 hours to stop cavities before they start. So pick some up on the way home. Smile. Crest has you covered.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Talk. And talk.
Sports.
And sports.
Sports. John says NBA trade talk to start the crossover pissed me off. Maybe that's why John is mad too.
Hi.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Seriously, MLB channel, please just take your stupid scroll off the bottom of the screen. It's so damn
big.
distracting,
Yeah.
and it's huge.
Mm.
It's very large.
Mm.
Welcome to the Grum on a Dumb Debates Wednesday. And I'm in a fine mood, so don't stop asking me questions.
Don't
you
ask John.
morons.
People who are in good moods famously tell people that they're in a
I'm in a
good
great mood.
Actually, I've come to accept my lot in life.
Hmm.
Having to come in here and deal with these two every day.
That's true.
My baseball team just randomly throwing games.
You're supposed to throw
My
the
football
ball.
team in full rebuild mode. But you know what? I am not going to let it bring me down.
Good. Don't
Because
bring me
coming
down.
up on Saturday is a day of reckoning for the Wolverines.
The Wolver Wines, as Scott Frost's mom called them.
Oh, that's right. She
The
did call
Wolver
them that.
Wines.
Or the
Who's that about?
Sloverines.
The 1997.
Oh, yeah. Well, they were.
Yeah, well, they were whining
Because
all
they
right.
go, oh, we would have beaten those guys. No, you wouldn't. No,
Yeah,
you
they-
wouldn't.
Lee Barfnack apologized for putting Michigan #1.
Barfneck?
You think a team
Barfnet.
quarterbacked by Brian Greasy?
Yeah, get out of here. Grant Wistrom and Jason
gonna beat
Peter,
Nebraska?
they would have ate him for lunch like John ate lunch today.
Actually, I only had a bag of chips.
Crap!
John had boy lunch.
Boy lunch. I had
did.
I had a
I
hot
did-
ham and cheese.
I had to get here early, so I
I'm
I just had a little a hand snack. I had a hand snack.
Man.
In fact, the hand snack I had, the Cheetos.
Oh, I love Cheetos.
Yeah, the only problem with Cheetos is you get the Cheeto fingers.
Oh yeah.
So while I was eating the Cheetos, sitting at my desk, I was also typing out questions
Just
for
with one
Mitch
hand?
Holtz with one hand.
One hand John.
So
Hand snack John.
it's not the most handy of hand snacks, but it's definitely a hand snack. If they could invent a way, in fact, this might be a great new thing for Cheetos.
Okay.
You get instead of it coming in a bag, it comes in
behind the bag.
It comes in like a container where it like the Cheeto is extracted through a hole. It's like an
Like a
automated
toothpick.
system. Yeah. And you just take the Cheeto out of the
Why don't
top
you
of the
do
container.
chopsticks?
I think the problem with that is Cheetos don't
Chopsticks?
It wouldn't get your fingers Cheeto-y.
Well, they have those things
Yeah,
you
but you
can
can't
put on
use
your
the other
fingers.
hand.
Mm.
They have these things you can put on your fingers where it's like a bugle situation, but they're plastic, and then you can just
Yeah, why don't you
Eat
just
them like
use
that.
gloves?
No, that's not
Put on the
functional because you
COVID
need to be able to
gloves.
feel. You got to feel. You can't pick things up when you're not using your fingers.
How about this, John? When you so I've done this before. You pour the bag of Cheetos into a styrofoam cup at work, and then you just kind of drink.
Well, see, that's my idea. Except instead of it being an open container like that, it's got a mechanism
Brett Musburger.
where it just feeds the Cheetos up through like a tube or
It's like a push
hole.
pop.
But Cheetos
Yes,
don't
like a
have
push pop.
But for
Cheetos don't
Cheetos.
have set diameters though.
Well,
true.
that's
That would
what
be
makes
hard.
this challenging. But listen,
You can do it
we
cheese
put a
puffs.
man on the moon, and we did
I
put a
agree.
man on the moon
I agree.
Josh.
with
In
a
the
Commodore
60s.
64 powered computer.
Yeah.
We can make the Cheeto dispenser.
Kenneth says Pez dispenser, but for Cheetos.
That's
I
kind of
like
what
that.
I'm thinking.
Andrew says tell John to open the Cheeto bag and just tip it into his mouth. Yeah, you could just do that.
Okay, but that's again.
How was that?
It can get a little sloppy. You get
It
a little
can.
bit of the Cheeto dust.
That's
also,
Just
you
get a
know,
funnel. Get a
sometimes
Cheeto funnel.
sometimes the big Cheeto falls out sideways and then Pretty soon you're like the Rancor in
Star Wars.
in Jedi. Remember when Luke jammed the bone in there, and then all of a sudden you choke to death on a Cheeto?
Yeah, people forget
We
that
don't
was just a
want
little
that.
tiny
We don't
puppet.
want Cheetos to get sued, and then we lose our Cheetos. We want to make the Cheetos safe and functional for all.
Get a mouth funnel.
A mouth
Again,
funnel.
it's
He's
the
worried
same
about
concept.
his fingers, though, Nick.
Right. So then you get the bag, you have the funnel in your mouth, and you
Behind
just
the
go,
bag.
"Aw," like that.
No,
Into
no,
the funnel.
No. Again, we can do this. We can use our technology. We can use our brain power. We're obviously never going to cure cancer
No.
with all the weird crap that we invent because we're using too much brain power on this. We might as well use it for something good.
Yippee says we went to the moon, LOL. Classic
Yippee?
indoctrinated 1940s baby John. Wow, so Yippee is saying that was fake news? Interesting, Yippee.
Just because you can't wrap your brain around it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Yippee.
It is pretty crazy when you think about technology back in 1969.
Nice.
Thank you. And technology today.
Mm-hmm.
I think we did
Yeah,
go
we
to the
landed
moon.
on the moon
We
today.
absolutely went to the moon.
Yeah, why aren't we going to the moon anymore?
Money. People don't want. I mean, we are next year.
There you go. We're
It's gonna
going
happen.
back to the moon.
And this is why Elon's charging us for
India just did it, actually. First-
India, like people went there?
Yeah.
No.
No. They landed a drone or
That's
rover.
cool.
That doesn't
Congrats
count.
on landing a computer on the moon again.
But it was the.
Yeah,
it's-
we launched something at the moon and it crashed into it.
Don't
Yay, us.
care.
It didn't. It landed.
I want to
multiple
see a
times.
person up there
It's
again.
the first
Nick.
country to land something on the south pole of the moon, which is where they believe there's ice and water,
Again, don't
which
really
you can
care.
use to make fuel. Then you can use that as a base
Nah,
to
they
get to
need-
Mars.
What good is it without a person?
Yeah, I want to see a person
I
up
want
there.
to see
Nick.
people.
Well, they're testing it first, so people aren't just going up there. And
So we're-
probably
who- so
dying.
India's
we
going to
tested
the
it
moon?
50 years ago.
Then
That'll-
we're going next year, and then I think.
Wow, I didn't realize we were going to the moon.
Oh yeah, there's a whole plan.
Grum down.
Grum down.
Brought to you by the Roof Freeze at John Higgins Weather Guard. Beat Michigan week. Can Nebraska end 0 for 22? 0 for 22. Numbers on that coming up. We had Cub on Cub crime last night and Mariner on Mariner crime last night.
Yeah, I
we have
just learned
videos
about
of
that.
both.
Okay.
Mike Schaefer will join us here in a few. Why all the vitriol?
Why all the vitriol?
Get it, man.
Mhm.
Mitch Holtz will join us. Chiefs will be looking to ground the Jets. Fired up for football. Why does the NFL take us for granted?
Whoa, really?
This is another very sketch week in the National Football
Thank
League.
God they rewarded us here in Omaha and Lincoln, though.
Ah,
A good nooner.
a fantastic, the best nooner.
Yeah, after a little afternoon delight.
They apparently have way too damn much money in Texas. How effective is that old school I formation? Dr. Lou versus Ryan Day, which is now college football's best rivalry.
Dr.
Get
Lou.
those losers from up north off the schedule, Ohio State. Your real rival is Lou Holtz. At least according to
Is
your
it real Lou Holtz or that impersonator Lou Holtz?
No, it's the real deal.
Okay.
And it's Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Awesome.
Send
We've
us
got-
your dumb debates. JTech Construction's own Twitter feed. Use the hashtag.
I've got a fun
Dumb
one
debates.
for later too.
Cody just texted one in that I'm saving for later. I think
Save
it's a
it.
good dumb debates
And
question.
whenever you come up with your dumb debates, just don't use our invitation. Just keep that in the back of your mind. If you have something that pops up, you see something on TV, you hear something somewhere, you read something, you have it come up in conversation, send it to us.
Yeah.
If it pops up, send it to us.
Mm-hmm.
We want to
At
see it.
USC 1620 is our Twitter handle for now. JTech Construction's own Twitter feed or Equitable Bank inbox. Always a safe way to do it. Because it does, not only at Equitable do they take your banking personally, but they keep your money safe. In a safe.
In a safe.
And it's not like the bank back in my hometown. No horses or bandanas.
No horses or bandanas.
Thank God.
John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com and the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. Call or text. Text is probably easier because the text doesn't cascade. 402-951-1620.
Not wrong.
402-951-1620.
Spot the lie.
And the program rolls on after this on the Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. We are now 3 days away from a couple things. First, the end of the month, but second of all, and most importantly, the Big Baller Big Cup Scramble, which is taking place at the golf course on Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. Spots continue to get taken. So if you've been hearing me talk about this for a couple of weeks now, this is the chance for you to get signed up. Only $320 for you and a few others, and you're going to get the usual greatness: golf, cart, access to range balls to begin the morning. Again, the shotgun start is at 9 o'clock. How about this? You'll get fed lunch, plus T-gift prizes, and a whole lot more. The big cups will be all over the course, 8-inch cups on the golf course. So eagle opportunities aplenty. I remember a few years ago at one of the Golf Flash events, we had a big cup out there, and there were some folks getting eagles. You will have that opportunity on Saturday. How do you get signed up? Very easy. Go to their website, miraclehillgolf.com/store today. Click on that. Click on some of the other things that they have going on. As always, you can give them a call at 402-498-0220. You can book tee times for the regular course or for the Top Tracer building as well. They have a high school golf league that will be starting in just under a month. It's going to go all the way through February, 4 to 6 o'clock each Wednesday. So if you have a boy, if you have a girl, and they are really interested in golf, this would be a great league for them. A Top Tracer league, 17 weeks long, only $275 per player. More information can be found at that website, miraclehillgolf.com/store. They're located just north of Dodge on 120th Street. Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
We created a simple PDF that gives you everything you need to know about branding, designing, and building a website that increases revenue. Download the website playbook for free at jmonline.com. If you're considering a website project but not sure who to hire, go to jmonline.com and download the free website playbook. It's a guide to a high-performing website. That's jmonline.com.
Terrors of the night stalk among the trees. In the distance, fear awaits. A shriek, laughter, then silence. It's the season of darkness at the Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. Spend an hour with nothing to protect you but your own screams. Bring your group and witness unspeakable horrors that test every fiber of your nerves. Hayride and House combo $30 or $19 separately. The Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. BellevueBerryFarm.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
All right, so
what's up?
This is why people thought I was coming in a bad mood. The Cubs, who have to win, by the way, if they want to make the playoffs, they've got a very tough closing schedule of the Braves. I don't know if you've heard, but they have the best record in baseball, 101 wins.
Yeah, Josh doesn't shut up about them.
Well,
It's a lot of wins.
They're pretty good, but the Cubs had them. They had them. They're up 6-0. 6-0. And I went to walk the dog. And then
oh no.
Why would you walk the dog, John? They're playing baseball.
This was because the dog needs to be walked and my blood pressure needs to be maintained.
Why didn't you walk him like before the game?
Why don't you get a treadmill?
The game started when I was driving home.
Okay, well, never mind. Understandable.
Just bring Wrigley here.
No, he's not Chris.
No, I don't know. Wrigley would be miserable here.
Yeah, I have to hang out with Nick.
I love dogs.
But
Dogs don't love you.
8th inning last night. Cubs are still up by a run.
So it's 6-5?
With runners at second and third and 2 out.
And what happened?
And it looked like Drew Smiley made the pitch to get him out of the inning, and then
2-pitch. Murphy, shallow right center, but it hangs up in the air. Oh, he dropped it! He dropped the ball! And Atlanta takes the lead!
he missed the ball.
That's not good, John, because he
missed the ball.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. He is a professional baseball player.
Yes.
This is a play that like a little leaguer could even make.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I made a catch like that when I played baseball back in the
I mean, it's possible
late
he
90s.
may have lost it in the lights. I don't know.
Maybe
but
the ball just ghosted and it went through the glove.
Oh, like a computer simulation.
Like it was going so fast, it just.
Wow, my mom texts in, "Go Braves, suck it, John." She's a Braves fan. Don't say anything about my mom.
It's interesting how people in this part of the
not
country
my
are
fault you
Braves
married a
fans.
Cowboys fan.
Nice. They used to be Nick, so they were on TBS, very funny.
Very funny.
A super station, if
Yes.
you will.
Mhm.
And so that's how there are people all over the country who are Braves fans. Plus, they were really
So-
good. They won 14 straight divisions. They had a great run.
Well, but for your
So they're
mom,
America's
and
team,
for
but
your
for
mom and
baseball.
my generation, yes, the Braves did pick up some fans, but not nearly as many as the Cubs did, who were on WGN.
Correct. But yeah, that's how
And
a lot of
yet
people
the Braves tried to promote themselves as America's team because Ted Turner is, kind of whacked out. But the real America's team is in Chicago. Thank you very much.
It's not
But
where
in
the
there,
Cowboys are.
listen, it had nothing to do with the Braves last night. We just played.
Oh, stop it. Stop making the
not
noise.
the noise.
Not
All
the
right, so
noise.
here's the video. Here's the video we were talking about during the crossover. So last night the Mariners are playing
baseball.
And pitcher on the mound, waiting for a new ball, and all of a sudden a projectile comes out of the stands. It's another ball.
What?
It certainly will with Kirby. Whoa, where did that ball come from? The ball came back from the crowd at the pitcher, Kirby, in his home ballpark. I think it hit him, and Scott Service is coming out. A foul ball went into the stands, and a fan threw it back and hit. It just brushed his shirt. It's a foul ball, obviously, that was thrown back on the field. Bad form in the highest degree. Only time I've ever seen it come close to a player was in Fenway Park. Stanton hit a home run, and someone in the bleachers threw it back in. And this kid threw it, and I hope he doesn't come back to a game forever.
know if that's his mom.
I was just gonna say because
but there was so there was, for those of you who weren't able to see it. So this kid is being led out of the stands, and this older woman is in front of him as they're going up
again.
As they're going up the
Wow.
stairs.
Talk about a woman's age.
and she turns
Rude.
back around to face,
and she's yelling at him like he's her son.
I think so.
Be awesome if I don't know if he was her son or if that was like than Usher that they have at the top of the section.
Maybe, but the kid's wearing a Jared Kelenic jersey. He's a Mariners fan.
What was he thinking?
And he throws the ball back. First of all, why is he getting rid of a perfectly good baseball? And secondly, why is he throwing it at his own dude?
Yeah, that's odd. Very odd.
It's just stupid.
Wow, Brian says the person in the stands was better at throwing than the Cubs are at catching.
Oh.
Who said that?
Brian?
Hey, Brian, kiss my ass!
JP Jesse says Braves are red, white, and blue and publicly owned. That means they are America's team.
Yeah, sure. Who's the one with the problematic name and chant?
The Braves.
That is true.
And the Cubs are red, white, and blue too. People forget that.
They forget that they are indeed red, white, and blue. My uncle says, go Twins. There you go. People, just text us your favorite team.
Oh, the Twins. Go Rocky.
There you go. Go Royals. Died in the wool, or born in the wool, died in the wool. What does died in the wool mean?
When you're talking about the Royals, it's just dead.
Yeah, well, they've had a good September.
Oh, great, cool. That'll suit them.
Great, grand, wonderful.
That'll suit them very well come October.
It will.
When they're on vacation.
That's nice. So you can go to like a nice warm locale.
They can.
Or a B&B.
Yeah, let's see. In September, they're 13-9 so far. That's better than 500, John.
That is better than.
That's better than their record in June when they were 6-20.
That's not good.
That's not good at all.
Well, speaking of vitriol, why are people so angry around?
Oh, good question.
And we'll talk about the Michigan game and the offense, probably some Tommy Hill, and I think Nick says he has a new open. Do you have a new open?
I do.
He's going to debut a new open.
Wow.
I bet we're going to have a very positive reaction.
I can't wait to talk about it.
Coming up next with Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road. And for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important, and it's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Nebraska or Iowa attorneys. 13340 California Street, Suite 200, Omaha, Nebraska, 68154. CordellCordell.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Vallis Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard has something fun for all ages. Come take a ride on the antique cars, where the kids are the drivers. Visit our foam ball play area called the Egg Scramble. Stop by the cider mill area where you can have a drink of refreshing apple cider and taste some deliciously good barbecue at Ethan's Applewood Smokehouse. Vallis has more than 50 other attractions included with admission, along with fireworks every Friday night at 9. Vallis, the place to visit this fall.
If you love food, love fun, love fall, you'll love Vallis Pumpkin Patch best of all.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
Never feel remotely anything other than just this is awesome with a playoff.
Mike Schaefer.
Last week, I was accused of sounding like I had done a line of illegal drugs.
Mike Schaefer.
Welcome to the Mike Schaefer segment for a Michigan week, a beat Michigan week. Mike Schaefer from Husker 24/7. Schaefer, how are things?
Things are good. Things are good. I mean, obviously, we don't have to talk any NFL, maybe ever again, but
nope.
We can just focus, as we should, on Nebraska's biggest game on their schedule this season. Michigan coming to town. Jim Harbaugh patrolling the sidelines. J.J. McCarthy at quarterback. Blake Corum, a whole bunch of other players. Ernest Hausman. I don't know. That's pretty much all I got.
That's the first I've thought of Ernest Hausman so far.
Yeah, nobody's brought it up. Nobody's really mentioned it. He's played for Michigan. I feel like he's played fairly well, but a funny thing happens when your defense just comes out and plays pretty well for 4 weeks. Your linebacker depth seems like you have more than you need. It's almost like no one needs to talk about Ernest Hausman, even though that was to me, a sizable loss for their future.
Schaefer, John has been saying it all week long that he is very much entertaining, certainly a Nebraska cover and maybe more if McCarthy struggles. Where are you at in terms of entertaining a possible Husker upset for Saturday afternoon?
I mean, it's college football, so it can happen, right? Like, you don't have to really work too hard to design how it could happen. Nebraska's defense keeps them in the game. Michigan makes a couple mistakes. Like J.J. McCarthy, when he has a bad game, he has a really bad game. He doesn't, normally he plays fine, but when it does go poorly for him, it goes really poorly. So maybe you get one of those games and, perhaps the sort of uniqueness of Nebraska's kind of bizarre offense could catch Michigan by surprise. Maybe you get a home run play or two from your quarterback and from Anthony Grant, but it's really going to come down to Nebraska's defense would just stand tall. It's possible. It's one of the cards that's in the deck. However, it seems kind of unlikely to me at this point. So I think more than anything, I just think Nebraska is going to struggle to keep themselves in this for 4 quarters, but I think they're going to conduct themselves well. Does that make any sense?
It does. I'm curious because I asked the same question of Michael Bruns, and that is, when you see it in your head, how it could unfold, do you see it more that Nebraska's defense maintains a level of excellence, or is it more that the offense surprises by either pulling out some stuff they haven't shown yet, or maybe it's Michigan not being totally prepared for defending option? Which of those two sides lends itself more to Nebraska springing the upset?
Wouldn't it be totally amazing if Nebraska's defense that has struggled to force turnovers all year just has one of those random Iowa-esque 5 takeaway game that you somehow convert into multiple short fields? And even though they have these 5 takeaways, they still only score 16 points, but they win. What if it's just this bizarro world? Michigan can only score 13 points and Nebraska were to win 16-13 on the strength of a bunch of short fields and takeaways. That's how it would happen. I don't envision a scenario where Nebraska's trailing 23-17, then Heinrich Harburg engineers a 75-yard drive to take the lead with 15 seconds left. That's not going to happen. But can Nebraska steal some points early and then their defense just is stout against Michigan, who struggled offensively at times this year. I mean, they struggled against Bowling Green. Rutgers had him in a game for a little bit until that pick six. I mean, so there's a pathway for sure, but it's going to require a titanic effort from, I guess when you say Titanic, I should say Michigan, right? Like Nebraska's the iceberg, and then they hit. That wasn't really the analogy I was going to go with there. But as soon as I used that word choice, I kind of had to flip that.
Well,
around.
I mean, Jim Harbaugh does like to be drawn topless as like one of those French girls. So, I mean, that's I got where you were going.
I was not going there. I am never going to where Jim Harbaugh doesn't have a shirt on. But
you remember Josh's shirt, don't you?
I do remember Josh's shirt. Josh was wearing a shirt of a man who was not wearing a shirt. It was quite a meta moment. Like the thing of it is, it would sort of take a catastrophe for Michigan to lose this game. I don't say that to minimize Nebraska's chances, but Michigan is strong in all of these areas where Nebraska generally is not. Like you kind of need the guy to veer into the iceberg for Nebraska to come away with this win. Like it's not a game where Nebraska can play its best version and Michigan can play its best version and Nebraska wins. It needs Michigan to be a catastrophe. And that's like part of what makes college football great is that teams have these. Like really good teams have these. We just rarely ever see Nebraska being the one that gets to win, but this could be that weekend. I mean, it's in the deck of cards. It's just not the one that's most likely to get pulled.
Before I get to my next question, I do like the idea now that Michigan is the Titanic, Nebraska is the iceberg, because if Nebraska pulls off the win, lots of puns on Saturday that only the friends of the program and Mike Schaefer would understand. So that would be great. Plus, we could then refer to Memorial Stadium as the iceberg.
Oh man,
forward, which would be right. How fun does that sound?
You already got the polar bear.
Yeah,
the polar bear just camped out on the iceberg. Yeah. He just reaches out and grabs the. Is it the hull of the ship, the stern? I don't know what the front of the ship is. He just reaches out and grabs it. See,
the hull is the outside of the ship.
So he grabs the hull.
Yeah, the whole. Okay. He grabs the whole ship. Get it?
Got him.
Thank you.
God, people who know about boats are hating this segment right now. Harburg, Schaefer, beyond not turning the ball over, like what does he need to do against this Michigan defense on Saturday? Because I have to imagine that you don't think he's going to be able to keep that option as well as he did, especially this most recent Saturday when he's scampering for seemingly 20 yards a clip.
He's going to have to thread the invisible needle that is being a playmaker and being a caretaker. Like this is the stupid part of Nebraska's offense is that you continually put the guy who has to be your biggest playmaker in a role where he also has to caretake everything because you don't have enough talent around him. And it's not just Heinrich Haarberg with Jeff Sims, but go back to Adrian Martinez, go back to, whatever you want. Like it just feels like Nebraska, when they assemble these versions of teams, forget the part where they need the quarterback to be a guy who can just keep the car on the road and get the ball to the other people and let them do the work. And instead, it's always you need the caretaker who also is your most dynamic athlete at any time. And it's just like a really, really hard thing to pull off because those players tend to be combustible. And it's hard to imagine a scenario where you tell Heinrich Haarberg to go play free and loose, or Jeff Sims, but it feels like it's going to be Heinrich Haarberg. You tell him to go play free and loose, and that doesn't result in some risky sort of plays. But those risky sort of plays also result in the game-breaking type things that you need. It's the stupid catch-22 of how this offense is built and how many damn times we have to watch Nebraska play hero ball with their quarterback because they have no other options. Like I don't want to get into the whole debate of the Scott Frost era, but holy crap. I mean, the entirety of the era, and then, of course, the first year coming out of it, is just the unbelievably stark nature of the skill position players, like both during it and then immediately preceding it. And the fact that they were able to go get a couple guys in Samari Toure and Trey Palmer for 1 year at a time is not exactly something that, is good either.
Schaefer, where do you come down on Tommy Hill? Or do you see what the coaches are seeing with Tommy Hill?
Yeah, I mean, I have, because I've watched his high school film. I mean, it's a dynamic player. Like, I don't know that people should be upset that Tommy Hill is getting opportunities, because Tommy Hill is supposed to be someone that's a gadget player for him. Like, he's supposed to be an individual that can take a top off the defense. He's not out there running 37 snaps a game, taking, vital snaps away on third down. They're doing it because they need some kind of game-breaking play, and he has that ability in his football history. We haven't seen it here in Lincoln, and I understand there's some frustration with that. It seems like whenever he's on the field, something bad happens. Like, I see these things. I see the comments that people have. But you still have to try something. You have to try, some way of keeping a defense honest, because if it works, it can be the difference in you staying in the game, potentially winning the game, and it's also the sort of thing, like, it doesn't matter that it's Michigan this weekend. Like, there's going to be a moment in these next 8 games where you need someone that can stretch a defense, where you need a big play, and it can't just come from your quarterback or your running back breaking it outside and running past defenses. It's like, it has to come in the passing game, and they don't really have a downfield option. So I'm totally fine with when they call Tommy Hill's number. We all know what it is. It's desperation, but they got to have, an option to go to in that regard. And he's the guy. And I'm not worried about these freshman wide receivers. They'll play when they're ready to play. They're currently not ready to play. I don't know why this is hard for people to understand. None of them got here until the summer. They're not ready. Like, a lot of them aren't wide receivers by trade. They're really fast athletes that played wide receiver in high school. There is a difference. Knowing the offense, being able to be on there on the field, knowing what you're supposed to do in a route tree. Tommy Hill doesn't necessarily have all of that, but he's a guy that they feel comfortable putting out there for those gadget plays. Maybe we see Jalen Lloyd in that respect. Maybe we see Malachi Coleman in that respect. But some of the anger that I've seen directed towards Tommy Hill, it just feels misplaced. They're trying to do the best they can with the collection of pieces they have.
Schaefer, kind of along those lines, obviously we spent so much time the last couple of weeks talking about the quarterback situation, who's going to be the starter, who should be the starter. And now we're kind of, just looking at how does Nebraska kind of keep this thing close against Michigan. Do you think we've made enough about, like, the general depth concerns when you look back at a month ago, right before the season started? The roster is down 2 receivers that we thought were going to be impact players or semi-impact players. I guess depending on how you view Eric Gilbert, throw him into the bucket as well. The top 2 running backs, obviously the starting quarterback has been out for a couple of games, and there are concerns on the defensive side of the ball right now with a couple of guys in terms of injuries. Like, I know that we keep focusing so much on this week, and rightfully so, but how does this play out now with still 2/3 of the season left? And a lot of the guys that I just mentioned are for sure not coming back this year, and I guess we'll see on Sims.
I mean, you thank them for what they did and you move on. There's really nothing else that can be done there. And as far as the depth, I mean, think of how many players you just said. I mean, they've had a pretty brutal stretch starting from the beginning of August until now with the skill position guys. I mean, you have one guy quit the team because he was out of love with football again. You have an ACL tear. You have 2 season-ending injuries to running backs in the same game. That was a game that, frankly, like, it's hard to know when someone's going to get hurt, but it's also one of those things where you're just like, man, what if Gabe Ervin had come out of that game sooner? What if Nebraska had built the lead faster? Whatever it is, So Eric Gilbert, I never counted on for anything. I wasn't sure, A, that the waiver was going to happen, and B, I didn't like what I saw in the spring. I mean, I just didn't believe that the version of him that was really good when he first got to college football was still there. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, think of how many scholarship guys that is. Think of how many players you're talking about that have experience that are no longer available to you. And then think about everything that we know this coaching staff inherited from the day that they got here in terms of skill position players. So, yeah, they're very weak offensively, and they know that. And that's why we're seeing sort of this version of an offense that's kind of I don't want to say fly-by-night operation, but they're trying to figure it out as they go. And one of the things, and I give a ton of credit to Michael Bruns, I've said this several times this week, Marcus Satterfield has gotten better in the game in the second half every single week. Like, as much as people get upset about it, they clearly have a veteran coach who's seeing what other teams are doing, and they move the ball better in the second half every single week. It may not be exactly what people want, but they are showing actual coaching acumen and doing the things that people have been hollering about for years in terms of in-game adjustment, and we're seeing that. But I think it's important to keep in mind they're doing it with a flawed quarterback situation. Now currently the 3rd of their 3 running backs, who was last year's starter, so it's not like it's nothing. A wide receiver situation where it feels like they have a bunch of number 3s and then number 5s and no number 1s or number 2s, and a tight end situation where, Thomas Fidone has emerged, but it still hasn't become a thing where you're throwing to him 7 times a game. So, go call an offense. Like, that's what I would challenge anybody that's really upset about this. Like, think about what is actually here. And I didn't even mention the offensive line is a mess half the game. So, like, it's not exactly like this is an easy offense to go call. This isn't the current Miami Dolphins where you have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and 17 running backs and Tua Tagovailoa and everything else. Like, this is kind of a car crash, and you're trying to get the most out of it.
Or a boat crash.
No, I had a boat crash. And by the way, Satterfield is calling plays he's never coached before. I mean, the 41 pitch, the sprint option, these are all things that basically Ron Brown threw in. Right. And it makes you wonder. I had a conversation with Jack Mitchell on his show this morning. I'm guessing that there was some of this stuff put in the fall camp, but it almost feels like some of this stuff was put in by, as the season has developed, right? Because Satterfield's never coached the option before. Rule says I've never coached 41 pitch before.
Right. I imagine that there's definitely some learning as you go in there. And so that's part of it, is trying to blend what hallmarks that you think you can get by with stuff that you can sort of work in on the fly. And then also stuff that you just need to have, like your plays that you need to have in critical situations and everything else. It's all an adjustment. Like I find myself just somewhat baffled by the vitriol and the anger sometimes. Even the Louisiana Tech game, like Nebraska won that game. They're up 28-7 before the weather stoppage, and they give up a. It was like
never in
touchdown.
doubt.
No,
they give up a meaningless touchdown, and people are like, all week it's basically been it's a defensive fraud. I think they're a fraud. They look like frauds. We think they're frauds. It's like they gave up a touchdown at the end of the game in a stadium with no juice where it didn't matter. And otherwise, they had held Louisiana Tech largely to numbers that you would expect or better. And then on top of it, like, they're doing this with no help on offense. Like, I think everyone's just waiting for something to actually be really angry about after the way the first 2 weeks have played out. And maybe that comes this weekend, or maybe Nebraska sort of hangs around and then it becomes a whole crisis of how bad the offense is. Imagine if you had 2 more players kind of thing. But this is a flawed team. It's inherently flawed. Know that when you go in and you watch them. Like, that should be part of your expectation. Dumb things are going to happen. Like, that's how it works. But it's also hard for me to sit here and tell you they're not significantly better 4 weeks in than they were the first Thursday we watched them play. I feel good about what's being built in terms of the long term, especially on defense. So it's one of those things where I find myself just continually taken back that there's so much anger in a season that you knew was going to be a dogfight to get to 6-6 or 7-5.
Well, I think what it goes back to, Schaefer, is a couple of things. First, the people who said like that there wouldn't be patience, they were obviously correct on that, because it's so easy to say, I'll be patient in May. And then when you start watching football, you want to get mad. I really do think, too, that there is something about just the way that this team has been taken in this program for over a decade now, where every game is a referendum, every moment is a referendum. And I think that that's just kind of bled into this season, even though it obviously shouldn't. Like, we should not be judging this thing against the long-term prognostication. Right. It was game 4. This will be game 5. Illinois will be game 6. It's not game 70. That's not what these situations are.
If they're 3-3 after the first 6 games, that's probably not the record that anybody wanted. But at the same time, you look at how they've done it and you look at what's happened to them. Like, you have to at least respect the fight in this team at this point. Like, they haven't, I feel like we're talking about like the season's just going to flip on them. And I don't think that's actually what's going to happen here. But I have this bad feeling that if it doesn't look good on Saturday, and there's a good chance that it won't, people are really going to have the knives out. And I don't know why. We're 5 games into this.
Well, I mean, Matt Rule is being held prisoner to,
yes,
the sins of the previous coaches. I mean, that's what
and
it
his
is.
own comments too. I mean, people, when you have a coach that talks and he talks, and I love that. He's going to say things, and it's going to sometimes come back against him. And people have really held some sort of throwaway comments. Like, yeah, they want to become a fourth quarter team. It didn't mean that they were going to be a fourth quarter team the day the first game happened. But, like, these are, I'm just a little surprised.
Joe, if you look at it, Schaefer, in 3 of the 4 games, they've been the better team in the fourth quarter. The only difference is they had a crippling turnover against two crippling turnovers against Minnesota. Otherwise, they were controlling that half.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Schaefer, I did want to, I know you didn't want to.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we had our hot take segment yesterday, our football hot take segment. And my hot take was that the Vikings need to work out a deal with the Jets and trade Kirk Cousins. It's time for Minnesota to start looking to the future and finally get a franchise quarterback for the first time in 20 years.
Yeah, I see this a lot. The difficulty of it would be, one, like, what would be a realistic package to get back for a quarterback that only has a finite amount of games left in his contract? And he's got nothing promised after this year. So there's that. And then two, he has a no trade clause. I don't see him uprooting his family, uprooting himself in the middle of this season to go chase something at the Jets where they also have Aaron Rodgers under contract. He's not going to get paid like a significant amount of money. I just don't see why Kirk Cousins would do it unless he just did it as a personal favor to the Vikings. And I don't know that that's a real thing that happens in the NFL. So I don't actually think a trade is going to happen. I think what's more likely is Minnesota is going to figure out a way to get to like the meaningless land of 7-10 or 8-9. And, the season feels a little bit better than it does now, but there's no playoff appearance and the handful of games where you're like, well, if you won this, you'd have been in the playoffs or you'd have won the division, so just exactly like what 21 was, or 2020, or a number of seasons like that so far.
Oh, Schaefer, I felt for you, man. And
look, if you can't beat Brandon Staley at home when he is doing dumb things, you don't deserve to
No,
win.
that's true.
Cousins, I keep saying this, Cousins threw 3 touchdown passes on that final drive and didn't score a single point. So
yeah, that's true.
It's not just on him. They need guys that go make plays. They don't have enough of them.
Well, let's see if Nebraska can find some guys to make some plays on Saturday and have really happy things to talk about next week. But I have a feeling you're probably right, Schaefer. If this game turns sideways, the vitriol is going to come back, and it's going to feel like post Minnesota all over again, even though it really shouldn't. Because overall, if you look at it, if you pull yourself back and look at it big picture, I see progress being made, and you see progress being made.
Yeah, I do. I definitely think that I think they're on track to be a middle of the road team, which is what we sort of asked for them to be. And they're doing it despite some hiccups and everything else. And quite frankly, I find Heinrich Harburg to be the most fascinating part of the whole thing. If he's able to develop into something this season, Nebraska has a quarterback, and then what happens? Do they go to the transfer portal again? Then you get into all sorts of hypothetical conversations that we love to have, because Nebraska football is 24/7 around here.
It is
24/7. Don't you write for a website that has that name?
Yes, Husker 24/7. Husker247.com if you'd like to come and visit.
I would love to.
And you should, because you get great coverage of the Huskers 24/7.
Nice.
The only reason they didn't add the 365 is that's implied.
That's true. Well, next year to be 366. People forget it's a leap year.
Well, and that's the other reason too. You don't want to change it every 4 years.
Do people not care?
Oh, that's a dumb debate question for later in the show. Do people care about leap years?
My answer is no, unless you're born on it.
Okay.
That sounds like a dumb debates question, which is coming up later in the Grum. Schaefer,
Indeed.
This is like a Tarico Collinsworth thing right there.
It is. Schaefer, thanks.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Mike Schaefer of Husker247.com on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Kudos to him. He has brought people into, whether they know what the hell they're watching or not, he has brought more people into the college football game this year than I can ever recall. Yeah. And he's probably gotten people that are diehard NFL fans that don't live in an area where college football is big. They're paying attention to one team in college football, or actually one individual in college football. We've never seen it before. The impact of a team that is not that good doing ratings like they are. It's for one guy.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska operational area number 1.
Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Well, a cool start this morning from some fog lingering around the metro, but into the afternoon we should warm up nicely to around 78 degrees. Mostly sunny skies and mostly clear overnight tonight, hitting a morning low around the mid-50s, mostly sunny throughout the day tomorrow with a slight breeze, hitting a high temperature around 84 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Attention all Nebraska Huskers football fans. Get ready for an electrifying season of college football with Tickets for Less. Experience the thrill of the game and witness the power of a new era under our exciting new head coach. And here's the best part. Use promo code THEZONE to score incredible savings on your Husker tickets from Tickets for Less. Whether you're cheering from the stands at Memorial or plan to catch a game on the road, Tickets for Less has the seats you need. Don't miss out on this opportunity to be part of the Huskers journey. Visit ticketsforless.com and use promo code THEZONE today.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer, to find the perfect vehicle for wherever your plans take you. Shop SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Matt Davison breaks down Louisiana Tech and previews the Michigan game Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
Hey, if you're thinking about getting the latest iPhone, check this out. With Boost Infinite, you get the latest iPhone every year and unlimited wireless for just $60 a month. Yeah, you get the new titanium iPhone 15 Pro that was just announced. Then again, next year, you get the latest iPhone every year. Boost Infinite, infinitely better. To learn more, pick up your phone, dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. That's pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. Terms apply. After 30 gigabytes, service may be slow. Visit the comparable iPhone model each year with acceptable trade-in every year. Requires credit qualification and 36-month loan financing agreement. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. Nebraska needs you. There is hope, and the Lifeline works.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
On 1620 The Zone.
Back on the drum. Good conversation, as always, with Mr. Schaefer.
Great open, too, Nick.
Thanks.
Yes, it was fantastic.
I wish Schaefer would have said something about it.
Yep.
Well,
whatever.
you know,
he's hard of hearing.
I did the Viking horn thing for him.
He's hard of hearing.
That sounded kind of like Walmart Viking horn.
Yeah, it wasn't the regular one.
I couldn't find a good sound of the regular one without it being a video that was recorded. Quality wasn't there.
I think I have one in my system.
Yeah,
Well,
I think we
sorry,
actually have
John,
one.
then
I
you
think
make
we
an
have one,
intro.
Nick, in next gen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, it was fine open.
Thank
you. We mentioned at the end a few minutes ago, just now, with Mike Schaefer, as he joins us live on Wednesdays at 2:50, about Schaefer brought up how Rule has said some stuff that's already been kind of thrown back in his face. And it's happened. It happened with the previous coaches as well. It does seem like, I would say, more of a recent phenomenon with the fan base, where Frost would say things and now where Rule says things and it's getting thrown back in his face. Johnny Pig tweeted this at me earlier in the week, and I thought it was a good kind of jumping off point from what we just discussed. He says, while I like his candor, is it possible Rule is too open about the program? And so I followed up when he originally asked me this question, and I said, you know, what in particular is this in response to? And he says, mostly in general, but hearing him talk about Michigan and how he wants to emulate the program, his strategy, his install and play style, specifically mixing in the option, is that oversharing? He's also open about player availability, if not specifically starters. Don't know. Basically, I don't know. Just an overall thought. I have not thought that he is overshared.
No.
I thought that wanting to be like a Michigan and how he wants to emulate them, I view that as kind of typical coach speak. I mean, why wouldn't you want to emulate Michigan right now, right? They're the two-time defending Big Ten champions. They made the playoff. And Nebraska specifically, stylistically, I think that's what they want to be. I think they want to be a power team that can throw the ball a little bit.
I don't think Matt Rule's made any bones about that. I didn't find that quote particularly revealing. I think, the timing of it, considering it is Michigan week, and God forbid we have another, coaches feud, that's manufactured artificially. And I don't sense that Matt Rule's giving out too much injury information.
I think he's just he shares more than Frost did, but Frost shared zilch.
Right.
We talked about in the
It almost became comical how he wouldn't. Literally, we're about to come up on the anniversary of Lupus Day.
And that the rumors about Adrian Martinez were true. He did have his jaw wired shut. He had
it's just that Frost went so far over the other side to say, oh, no, absolutely not. What are we doing? We're joking about Lupus. Ha, ha, ha.
I've appreciated his willingness to mention things, but I don't think that he has gone above and beyond. He's just, again, when you compare him to the alternative, when you compare him to the last coach, it does seem like, whoa. Yeah, but it's kind of like what we've talked about, right, in relationships before. If you have such a horrible relationship and then your next relationship, it's just clearing that low bar. It doesn't mean that they're incredible. It just means they're clearing the low bar that was set by the previous person.
Correct.
So I view that. I view what Rule is said in terms of injuries. I don't think that it's oversharing. So I guess I'll disagree. I'll disagree with Johnny, and I guess you do too.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with. If there's anything that, if you want to call it wrong, yes, Matt Rule talks a lot.
Yeah.
And I think there will be, and I think it's kind of what happened with the whole Deion flap of what he said, on a podcast several months ago, where as he's talking through an answer, eventually you can talk yourself into a bit of trouble, which is what I think happened there. He inadvertently said some things that would be cast off as, oh, he's disrespecting Deion, which I don't think, again, was ever his intent. So I guess if there would be one critique I would have of Matt Rule and how he speaks, it would be, you don't have to necessarily continue to, once you've answered the question, you're done.
Yeah.
Right. But some of that too has come from his personality.
I was going to say he can't really change who he is in that regard.
And I would rather he be true to himself.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's said anything that's overly bad. Now, the part about, what Schaefer was talking about, how people are holding him and holding his words accountable. Again, a lot of that is a reaction from the last go around, where after a short, and we did it.
Oh, for sure.
You know, when we talked about being dangerous in year 2 and all that other stuff, having that thrown back in his face, I think now you're starting to get people, when we would do that a few years ago, folks would get mad at us because, oh, but that's not what he meant. And we were saying, hey, we're just taking his words, what he's saying, and delivering them to you. And now, because of how everything fell apart with that, I think people are now more apt to, as soon as Matt Rule says something, whether it's about Anthony Grant and fumbles.
See, and that was the one
or
that
something else where it's like,
Yeah,
okay, we're going to
Glom
hold you at
Monster.
your word. We're going to hold you at your word.
Because I was surprised at that one. Like, yes, he did say what he did in August, but that's August. You know, I like we've seen many players who have struggled in a camp, and then they get you have to give them an opportunity in a game if you trust them. And you know, we saw what happened in that moment. It wasn't good, but now he's the guy that they're going to have to rely on. But I think you're right. I think that I think the last few years did a number on people around here.
Yes, it did.
And I do think that there can be kind of an overcorrection in some of that as well. Katie writes in, college sports is weird because fans act like other teams don't watch film and don't adjust. So if a coach overshares, fans get paranoid. That it's a great point because in sports, we do it here too. We think that our team is like the center of the universe that everything else orbits around. But it's like there is another team on the field.
Yes.
It's not just Nebraska failing. It's the other team also succeeding.
Sure.
You know, it's a combination of the two, certainly. But if Nebraska loses on Saturday, in the moment, I won't say, oh, it's because they failed today. No, it's because the other team succeeded today. Now, in a big picture, broad sense of year to year to year, Nebraska has failed over the last X amount of seasons. But in a game-by-game basis, sometimes the other team is the actual successor.
42 degrees, the Source hotline. Here's Matt. Hi, Matt.
Hey, so one comment, I know Rule will say this and that, and people will have their expectations, but the one comment that I've just held on to since the very beginning is Rule saying that Nebraska first has to be a team that's respected. And then eventually feared. So that kind of resonates with me. Like he's going to get there. He's going to work on that. I know he might say things throughout the week here and there, but he still has that goal that Nebraska needs to be respected, and he'll get there.
Okay,
I would agree, and that's why, you know, when we talked about it with Schaefer, there's progress. We showed you some of the numbers yesterday. There is progress that has been made. It's just that, unfortunately, there's a little bit of the sins of the fathers that are being projected on this year's team. And I do fear, if I'm wrong and Michigan dominates this game and Nebraska doesn't keep it close and doesn't make it look respectable, that you're going to hear some of the same vitriol that we heard after the loss to Minnesota being thrown back out next week. And I would just caution you, hey, if Michigan wins big, as they are projected to do, that doesn't necessarily mean that there hasn't been progress made and that everything's falling apart. I still feel very confident. I feel more confident today that Nebraska can get to 6 wins than I did at the beginning of the season. And that's after seeing them lose a game that I didn't think they'd lose.
Yeah.
Because I've seen that there is progress here. And how Schaefer put it about all of the things that have happened to this offense, and yet we're holding them to a higher standard. I mean, the quarterback situation is completely different than what we expected. The running back situation, the wide receiver room. I mean, it's insane that they've actually been able to do what they have done. That they've been able to still function as an offense. This ain't Iowa.
No, it's not.
This offense ain't Iowa. You want to see an offense and has been constantly frustrating over the last several seasons?
For years
just
and
look
years
on the
and
other
years.
side of the river. I would say right now, Nebraska's offense is functioning at a better level. And I know, low bar to clear, but functioning at a better level with a first-year coaching staff, using a quarterback they weren't expecting to use this much, and using an offensive scheme that they had never coached before.
They're learning it on the fly with the players.
this is a more functional offense than the one on the other side of the Missouri River.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that the rest of the season, they will be down all of these players and they will continue to have to adapt to being down these players and more, because there will be more guys that get hurt because there's still, 2/3 of the season left. And I wonder what our takeaways are going to be on that, because it really now is going to be an opportunity to show their ability in terms of coaching, game to game adaptation with what they're doing.
I think they have done that.
I think so too. I think
they are progressing in the right direction.
Yeah.
More on the greatest rivalry in college football. Texas has too much money and ending 0 for 22.
0 for 20.
I did some more research last night.
Oh, that's great. I love it when you dive into the numbers. It never makes me sad.
Unfortunately, it's the thing that kind of inspires me to dive into the numbers.
Being
like,
sad?
when's the last time it's been this bad?
Yeah,
And then we find out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? You can start off this week right.
You can say I could get happy?
You could get very happy. Because Thursday Night Football has a good matchup this week.
Yes, it does.
Now, Al's probably still going to be bitter. The chemistry in the booth is still going to suck.
It's going to be awkward, yeah.
But the game might be really good. Lions and Packers. This is an early big game in the NFC North. And right now, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620, you can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. All you have to do is place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between the Packers and Lions, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. And with same-game parlays, you can win bigger. You parlay things within the game or the game result with player props, and you can win. And if your 3-leg or more same-game parlay between the Packers and Lions does not pay off for you this week, you'll get bonus bets back from FanDuel. Just go to our personal page. FanDuel.com/1620 and sign up now.
John, sometimes for these games, they'll have those popular pre-built same-game parlay bets. They have one for tomorrow's game right now, plus 585. Jordan Love on the over, Jared Goff on the over, and both of those players on the over in terms of passing touchdowns. That one, or create one from scratch yourself, like John said, at FanDuel.com/1620, and take advantage of that no-sweat same-game parlay for Lions and Packers tomorrow night on Thursday Night Football. That is FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's 4-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road and McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
Flu season is here, and your Hy-Vee pharmacy is here to help you stay healthy. Get your flu shot at Hy-Vee today and get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. You can get your flu shot anytime the pharmacy is open. No appointment necessary. That's right. Get your flu shot with no appointment necessary. Get your flu shot today and earn a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Only at Hy-Vee. Some restrictions apply.
No matter how dark it gets, there's always a sunrise, a warm bed, a warm meal, and hope. Sienna Francis House serves hope to those experiencing homelessness and addiction. Every day, we provide more than 1,000 meals and serve nearly 500 guests in our emergency shelter, Miracles Recovery Program, and supportive housing apartments, and help our guests navigate a path to permanent housing. Learn more at siennafrancis.org.
Hey folks, is your concrete in need of repair? Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts And a Best of Omaha winner, Everlevel Concrete Repair. They can completely restore and repair your concrete at a fraction of the price compared to replacement and offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. There's a reason they're a Best of Omaha winner. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important, and it's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Nebraska or Iowa attorneys. 13340 California Street, Suite 200, Omaha, Nebraska, 68154. CordellCordell.com.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
The best rivalry in college football.
LSU, Alabama?
Help. LSU, Alabama.
Nebraska, Oklahoma?
Georgia, Alabama?
That doesn't exist
Georgia,
anymore.
Alabama?
That never hardly gets played.
Coach Prime versus you?
I don't have a problem with Coach Prime.
Don't have a problem with Coach Prime.
No, I don't have a problem. I'm more annoyed by the hype around Prime promulgated by the media, not Prime
but
himself.
thus you were then rooting against him.
Well, I mean, was it funny when they got their ass kicked?
See?
Yes.
John Bishop versus Coach Prime.
Is it you in the Mayo Bowl?
Oh, John versus Mayonnaise. That's a great college football rivalry.
Anyway, the best rivalry was here. This was actually meant for dumb debates.
Yeah.
But Mustache Adams sent this in. He said, what is worse, hypothetical sports beef? A college player clapping back at a local radio host, or a head coach going after a helpless octogenarian ex-coach analyst?
I would actually say the latter.
Yeah?
Well,
yeah, librarians can go after me any day.
They just shush you.
Coaches going after guys who are 100 years old and can barely speak, that's a tough look.
Number one, Lou Holtz has always had a problem speaking. And number two, let's not assume he's helpless, because guess who fired back today in the ongoing rivalry between Ryan Day and Lou Holtz?
Was it Lou Holtz's friend Donald Trump?
Nope, it was Lou Holtz.
Did he fire back with a musket?
No, Nick.
Lou Holtz was appearing on Dan Dockage's show.
Oh, see, this is a horrible sentence. That's a horrible sentence right there. Gross.
He stood by his original spiel Lou Holtz did last week. And he apologized to Marcus Freeman.
Oh.
He said, I called Coach Freeman yesterday and apologized because I put him in a bad position. Sorry, I can't carry that on.
Yeah,
I don't feel bad about saying it because I believe it. And Notre Dame was the better football team. If I was coaching, I would have said it. And I would have watched their tape and said, I think you're better. I think you're more physical. And I think you're more talented. Coach Day doesn't believe so. Go prove him wrong and prove me right. But when I say something and I can't control the outcome of the game, that's unfair to Coach Freeman. In fairness, Lou, if you would have said that as coach, you also didn't have much control. Your players did.
At least you could have called a couple plays.
But when asked about his reaction to Day's rant, his post-game rant.
He said, I was asleep.
Here's what Lou said.
I was asleep.
He said, that's his choice, and I can understand why he did it. He doesn't want to talk about Michigan 0-2 the last seasons. He doesn't want to talk about the big game coming up against Penn State and against Michigan again. He's a great coach. He's done a tremendous job. He's a great offensive mind. Ohio State's a good football team. I don't think they're a great football team. He can go after me all he wants. But I remember when we were playing Miami and there was this big hullabaloo, and sometimes you say things out of emotion. I thought Notre Dame was a better football team and more physical, and I'm sorry if Coach Day was offended by it.
Zach agrees with Ryan Day. He says if a media member calls out a coach and his team by name, then the coach has every right to respond to that. Day did nothing wrong. Zach, I hope you're not taking my opinion to say that he did nothing wrong. I just think it's kind of embarrassing to go after a guy who's like 100.
But he's not helpless.
That's fine. Again, like I just
why? Well, I don't think it. Why is it embarrassing?
Because I think it's unbecoming of a head coach.
Unbecoming?
Yes, it's unbecoming. You don't think that there's something kind of embarrassing about a head coach getting mad at the cheerleader for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish for saying something to a fake Lou Holtz on the Pat McAfee show?
Okay,
and
hold on.
That's what's on his mind, John, after they win the game?
Stop.
What do you mean?
He meant what he said, and he just doubled down on it.
I agree,
so,
that's fine.
So to couch it with he's talking to a fake Lou Holtz impersonator, and it was just a funny ha-ha show. No, Holtz meant what he said,
I know.
And he doubled down on it. Here's the problem.
You don't think it's a little embarrassing, though?
No, I don't think it's embarrassing at all.
Well, that's where we disagree. I just think it's a little embarrassing, but I often think, John, you pointed out so much after the Colorado brouhaha. You got all hot and bothered about how they got frustrated with. Now, some of that was fake, and some of it was certainly taken a little too far.
It was fake.
I feel like this is adjacent to that, though. This is
it's not, because Lou Holtz
cousin of
actually said what he said, and he meant
and
it.
Again, he is like 100 years old.
No, don't do that.
What do you mean don't do that? I just did.
He's
100 years old.
He's obviously still lucid. So at what point? Okay, well, then to my Republican friends out there, I'm about to own Josh. No more bagging on Trump. He's an 80-year-old man.
Well, he's a nomination for president.
Doesn't matter. He's an 80-year-old man. We've crossed a barrier. You can't.
John, you would agree that like what Trump says actually matters in the world, not what Lou Holtz says.
Well, of course, but you're couching it in. You keep going back to he's old.
No, that's not why. I just think it's, again, the embarrassing part that I find embarrassing is that a head coach is thinking of what a former coach said on a radio show and immediately gets to that in a on-field interview. John, the game ended 2 minutes before, and his first thought is, I'm going to yell at Lou Holtz.
But
that's kind of embarrassing.
No, it is
if
not.
Matt Rule did that,
first of all, it's not
like, Matt, focus on the team. It's just like Bo.
Well, he was focused on the team. He was using it as he was motivated by it.
You don't think
because
it was
people have been calling his team soft?
Sure, that's fine.
And Lou Holtz, he became the embodiment of all of the critique around Ryan Day.
John.
So he had a chance to go back after somebody, and in a way, he was going after the same idiots in the Ohio State fan base
for sure.
who've been saying the same thing. But it's easier to go after this guy because he's Notre Dame. He embodies Notre Dame. So he got a chance to really get a lot of things off of his chest at the expense of this guy who has made these kind of statements before.
But you don't think that it's a little odd that he was thinking of Lou Holtz in that moment?
No, I think he was thinking of his players and the insult towards his team.
You didn't think it was odd that Bo Pelini, after a game, was thinking about Dirk Chatelain and Tom Chattel?
But that had nothing to do with the result on the field and motivating his team.
You don't know that. You don't know that what Dirk wrote that week didn't motivate Taylor Martinez or didn't motivate Bo Pelini.
Well, maybe it did, but the what Bo Pelini did had nothing to do with the actual game itself. Lou Holtz was talking about the actual game that was being played on the field and how Ryan Day has a soft team.
Sure.
So I think it's a little apples and oranges. I understand where you're coming from.
The embarrassing thing for me, look, I keep bringing up his age. That's more to make fun of Lou Holtz. I just think it's just odd. It's the game is over. They're on the field. They're celebrating. And he literally said, I want to know where Lou Holtz is. Like, it's like, okay, like that's what you're thinking right now? Celebrate.
He
won.
Well, but again, you're in a moment where you're being,
before.
You're in a moment, though, where you just came off a very emotional situation where you were this close to losing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you went on a walk-off, and there are a lot of high emotions in that moment. I totally get where Ryan Day is coming from on that. Totally get it. And he had a chance to lash out at all of his critics, especially the ones within his own house, and use this dude as the punching bag.
He was the mascot for everyone who had ever said that.
So I thought it was the perfect opportunity to do that. And the fact that Lou Holtz isn't backing down.
That's fine. Lou Holtz can do whatever he wants to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I for the record, I didn't have a problem with what Lou Holtz said.
Neither do I. Of course not. Why would anybody?
But I also don't have a problem with what Ryan Day said.
I just think it's a little unbecoming of a head coach.
I mean, there's a lot of things we could say that are unbecoming of a head coach.
This is one of them.
Calling out a critic of your team is unbecoming.
Just on the field after the game, a guy who is a former coach and a super fan of Notre Dame, I just think is weird.
Well, see, but that's the part I think you're missing. He's an ex-coach. He's one of the fraternity.
That doesn't matter.
And when the coaches call out other coaches, you feel like you've been kind of stabbed in the back by one of the members of your own fraternity.
Well, then don't keep getting, beat by Michigan and not being a physical.
Okay, they've lost twice to Michigan. Let's not go on and on. Oh my God,
haven't beaten them since COVID.
Stop.
Haven't beaten them
Look
since
at the
COVID.
record, Josh. Look at the record.
He's 1-2. What do you mean? Look at the record.
And he went further in the playoffs last year and came a hell lot closer to national championship than Michigan.
He went further in the playoffs last year. They played in the night game last year. That's why they went further, because the game was at night.
And if they don't miss a field goal, Georgia's out, Ohio State's in, and they probably got a vape trophy right now.
Ifs and buts, candy and nuts. Is that severe on line 3 there, Nick? Nick? Is that severe on line 3? You can't multitask. Give us a thumbs up.
That's all right. We'll talk with Terry.
There
first.
It is.
Hi, Terry. Go for it.
Hey, you know what? I think you're both right to some perspective here. All right. Well, hold on. Let's inhale, exhale here. All right. Here's a scoop. If this was prime time doing it, which he's done in the last couple of weeks or the last few weeks with comments that a coach may have said or not said, no one has really said a thing, right? Lou Holtz, who's probably as old as Biden and Trump combined, makes a comment that's just way out there. He's been off on his predictions forever.
Sure.
And I don't blame Day. He made a swipe at my program. I'm going to make a swipe back. And he made it nationally. I'm going to say it nationally. People aren't going to put up with these comments from other coaches anymore. People are going to defend their program. And the best thing Day could do now is go win the Big Ten, right?
Sure.
That'd be a horrible thing for me. I don't like the idea, Terry, of Ohio State winning the Big Ten.
See, this is the other part of it. I mean, you're kind of out on Ryan Day, so you're happy that you can catch him in a weak moment.
Of course.
I get what you're saying, but you know what? Ryan Day's lost 2 games?
6.
I know against Ohio, or 6, including some of the bowl.
Yeah, 2 versus Michigan, 6 overall. Yeah.
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 I'd say he's got a hell of a
Are
record.
you kidding me? Man, that's a heck of a record. But I'll tell
That's
you
a
what.
hell of a record.
If Tom Osborne came out and did a swipe against Colorado before the Colorado game, which he would never do, people would just lose their mind.
Well, yeah, because it would be. It would be totally. Thanks for the call, Terry. It'd be totally out of Osborne's character.
That'd be wild.
He was never like that.
I'd love it if Tom Osborne started talking trash about teams. And
he was always.
Where's Tom Osborne at? He called us soft.
Oh no. I was thinking of if Tom Osborne were the Ryan Day in this scenario.
That's impossible too.
That's what I'm saying. It's totally out of his character.
Yeah. Where's Bino Cook?
He would do it more.
Where's Lee Corso? He said we couldn't play on grass.
He would be more subtle. He would be more subtle.
He'd be a
about
smart
it.
ass about it. Yeah.
He'd be more subtle, very dry about it.
Star Wars Fiend says Ryan Day is softer than the enchiladas Josh eats for dinner.
Wow, you must have some hard enchiladas.
No, they're soft. Those are chimichangas you're thinking of.
All right. Well, if it must be important because Severe wants to weigh in.
Hi, Michael.
Well, let me just say this real quick. First of all, the best insult that Tom Osborne has ever given, ever, and I haven't been around for his whole life, but since I've been around, is after the Wisconsin game when he wrote a letter, basically an open letter that said, I understand why Wisconsin fans act the way they do because they've never won before, so they have to learn how to win. That's low-key insult from Tom.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That was really good. Let me just say this, John. I get your point and everything, but let's take it this way, okay? So Ryan Day is the CEO of one of the biggest businesses in the country. Definitely the biggest business in the state of Ohio.
It's a big brand.
He's the leader, right?
It's a big brand.
He's the representative, right?
Yep.
And in that moment of what should be amazing joy, he chose pay, which I don't understand. When you're a leader, not just of a brand that way or the university, but of young men, that's not the way you act. You just don't. I don't.
Wait a minute. Okay, you're making it sound like
Thank you, Michael. Preach,
okay,
brother
hold
Michael.
on. You're making it sound like Ryan Day called him names and trashed his character. All he was doing was fighting back and saying, that's a tough team out there. And Lou Holtz is wrong about my team. That is a tough team out there. That's what he was saying. He wasn't insulting Lou Holtz.
No, listen back. It's like he wanted to get physical with him. Where is he? I want to know where he is. Do you want to fight him?
Yeah. Wake him up. He's asleep.
Okay,
He's been asleep for
now
hours.
you all know the game just ended. Highly emotional, highly physical game. He's got adrenaline going through his bones, and he's got someone sticking a mic in his face. So he cut a promo. So what?
And what do you say? And what do you say at the situation? I am so happy, even though we were thoroughly outplayed in the second half. I am so happy to have won.
But they thoroughly outplayed Notre Dame in the first half.
And not covered to get Michael to cover. I am so happy that it went this way. No, honestly, there is something to be said in this country. Let me get up on this soapbox.
Get your soapbox, Michael.
Understanding, you got to understand. There's a limited amount of joy we have as people. It's limited. We don't have a whole lot of it. The older you get, the less of it you have. Maybe it's a grandkid who does.
Now let's not
cute
project Michael here.
It's not just me. It's not me. Listen, get on. Just talk to people your age. You don't hear a lot about joy. You just don't. He is in the most joyous situation of the last year for him. Winning this game on the road in that situation, and that's what he chose to do. He chose violence, as you said on Saturday. He chose hate instead of choosing joy.
He's a Sith. Michael, he's a Sith. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
He's a Sith. I would have loved for him to take the joy from it. In my opinion, I think that's where he should have been, opposed to being that angry again about something Lou Holtz. He's not even a media member anymore. Lou Holtz is. I thought he was dead.
I thought he was dead too, Michael.
Listen, I did.
And nobody was alive.
All right,
none whatsoever.
Michael, thank you. It's always good to hear from Michael.
Bye, Michael. Also,
I told you it's the best rivalry in college football.
You have so many
We've been
people-
more fired up about this than anything regarding Michigan this week.
So many people, John, now are texting in about the age of Trump, how old Biden is. So I just want you to know, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for doing that.
Well, they are. They're ancient.
Don't make fun of our dear leader, Trump, please.
I believe we should respect our elders, unless our elders don't respect us. And then it's up to Ryan Day to lay the smack down.
God, go blue.
Go Buckeyes.
See, and now you
I'm all in on
real quick.
Ryan Day.
See, you will also admit that that's playing a part in where you're coming from on this. If Deion would have done this, you would have been like, I don't like it.
I didn't. No.
I think you would have.
No,
I
not
think you would have.
necessarily.
I think you're
What are you
defending
talking-
Ryan Day because
No,
you
what are you
like
talking
Ryan
about?
Day
First
and
of all-
I don't.
First of all, I don't dislike Deion. I dislike the discourse around Deion, but I think what Deion's doing for college football is awesome. I am glad he's in college football. I hope he never leaves college football.
If the manager for the St. Louis Cardinals did this, I'm guessing you would have a fine, normal reaction to it. A fine, normal reaction. See, and that's like you can admit. It's fine to admit that, yes, Josh, you're right. I'm wrong.
No, I'm not going to admit that you're right because you don't understand the
Michael.
gravity of the
He's
situation.
The CEO.
He was pissed off.
That's fine. He's the CEO of a large organization. No, don't
Get out of here. The CEO. Okay, again,
It's
he did not insult Lou Holtz. He did not take a swipe at Lou Holtz.
Yeah, but all
he said was, Lou Holtz,
I wanna
you're dead
fight you,
ass.
Lou.
He didn't say I want to fight him. He just wanted to get
I read
in
his
face.
body language. You don't think he wanted to punch Lou?
Do you think if Lou Holtz would have been standing there that he would have taken a shot at him?
No, but if they were in a dark room and no one was there to see what would happen, definitely. He would have punched him in the face. He would have said, take that, Dr. Lou.
Right
Go
out
to
of
the
wheelchair.
doctor, Dr. Lou.
No, he wouldn't.
Dr. Lou, Dr. Lou. The doctor is in. That's what he would say. Where's the doctor? Is the doctor in, Dr. Lou?
All right. Well,
what a segment.
What a segment indeed.
Great segment.
Indeed. That's a save that for the
Ryan
best of at the end of the
Day,
year.
greatest beard in college football.
Oh, see, now you're just
As a
that's not
handsome
true.
man
That's not
who
true.
does not have problematic choices about music.
Well,
coming up next.
What?
Ending 0 for 22.
Oh, boy. All right.
Because it is, as much as we all want to hate on Lou
for
Holtz.
22. I want to know where you are.
As much as we all want to bash Lou Holtz today, and I know we do. We got to get back to bashing Michigan. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, currently no major wrecks to avoid as you make your way across the metro. We are getting reports of delays on 84th for both directions between I-80 and Center. If you're east on L Street, a little bit of a delay around 48th. Slow going out on West Center Road around 175th for westbound commuters. And it looks like delays on westbound 370 between 72nd and 84th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Signworks.
Since 1935, businesses all around Omaha have trusted one sign company with their visual branding, Signworks. We design, manufacture, and install signs of all kinds, including high-tech message centers like the new installation at Steelhouse Omaha. We can make your sign too. Signworksomaha.com.
Hey, Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and get ready to start off the NFL week right with the FanDuel Sportsbook. Right now, all customers, that's right, all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay just for Thursday Night Football with the FanDuel Sportsbook. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay on the Lions and the Packers, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays, the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Nothing better for a Thursday Night Football game than an SGP. Build your own or choose from one of the popular ones that's pre-built for you right there on FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Go to FanDuel.com/Happer so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK.
Well, I think it's important to have a full analysis of the eye so that you can make a good recommendation. A lot of the patients that we see have been told over the years, sometimes a long time ago or sometimes more recently, that there isn't an option for them. And I think that's just because they haven't had as in-depth of analysis as they need to know for sure what their options are.
And I think one of the coolest things about that entire process was how comfortable I felt. And I know as I've talked to other people who had procedures done, they said the same thing, whether it was the consultation, whether it was the day of the procedure, all of those questions were answered. And like there was genuine care for me as an individual person.
We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today, 402-558-2211, or you can visit their website, KuglerVision.com.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On-air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Many people, of course, are agreeing with me and not John. Zell says, tell everybody how soft you are by crying about how tough your team is. Laughing while crying emoji. Ohio State has been soft and a finesse team under Day.
Whatever. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, spot the lie, though, John.
What do you mean? Based on what? Because they lost 2 games to Michigan.
Also, the Oregon game when Oregon out-physicaled them a couple of years ago, too.
Yeah, and again, what's the record?
That's fine. His record is great.
That's right.
But then they play a certain brand of football, and they usually lose.
No, okay. Again, what's the record? You can't say what's the record, and then, but they usually lose. No, they usually win.
Well, do you want me to just, name the tough physical teams they played against? Because his record is probably 1-2 versus 6.
Anyway.
Luke also says, Josh, I'm with you on this one. If Ryan Day doesn't use Holtz's name, but just generally says that certain people were wrong and his team is physical, I think he's fine. Once you call someone out by name, you've crossed the line. Hashtag my 2 cents.
You've crossed the line.
Many are saying.
So should Lou Holtz have just been very generic about who he was talking about? Why are we holding Lou Holtz to a different standard than Ryan Day? Again, it's about the coaching fraternity.
Because John, why do we hold someone? Because he's the head coach. That's why he's held to
and Lou Holtz is a former very prominent member of the coaching fraternity, a national championship member of the coaching fraternity.
Sure. I didn't realize that you held that a coach on TV to that high of a standard, a former coach. It's like if John Gruden said something, you were like, "Oh, John Gruden is speaking. We need to bow down to the ground in which Gruden walks."
So we're not allowed to ever clap back if you get public criticism.
I'm not saying you're not ever allowed to. Again,
that's what you're saying about Ryan Day. He shouldn't have never done that.
I would not want my head coach to react in that kind of way. I'd be very disappointed if my coach reacted in that way. I'm surprised that you wouldn't.
No, because it's not. He didn't threaten him.
He basically
he did not threaten him.
Get over here, Lou. Where are you?
See, again, you're blowing it out of proportion.
He literally said, I want to know where Lou Holtz is at. That's weird.
He said, I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is.
That's weird.
No, that's not weird.
I want to know where that old man is. Get him over here. I want to beat his ass.
Well,
it's so funny.
Anyway, Nebraska has a problem.
Is Lou Holtz calling them out too? Oh, no. Damn it, Lou.
Nebraska.
Look at this horrible, mean graphic. You're a jerk.
Wow.
Look at you.
For their last 22.
This has been adjusted since we did this exercise previously a couple of weeks ago ahead of the Colorado game. They were 0-21. Now they're 0-22.
Nebraska has not beaten an AP top 25 ranked team since the Oregon game in 2016. Since that moment, they are 0-22.
Not great.
No.
It's bad.
And it inspired me. It inspired me while I was falsely assuming that the Cubs had the game in the bag. As I was walking Wrigley.
Wrigley, get down.
And I was thinking, I wonder, this has to be the longest winless streak against the AP top 25 in history,
Some
right?
would call it a dry spell.
Oh, are you about to say that this is the longest losing streak a team is ever? What?
Well, I can't speak for every team.
I thought you did the research.
No. I would still
John did not do his own research.
I got the bat signal for Stumanji.
I would still be researching right now if I had to look through every team's record against the AP top 25.
Godspeed, Stumanji.
Yeah.
The only thing that could have rivaled it would have been the early days when Nebraska was a bad program for 2 decades, basically.
Talking about the 40s and 50s?
Yes.
Was that when they had Adolf?
Adolf Lewandowski was in that group.
It was indeed when they had Adolf.
People forget.
But
they do.
Prior to 0-22, Nebraska did go a stretch of 15 straight games without beating an AP top 25 ranked
team. Now, back then, how far did the top go?
Went to 20.
It went to 20. So
in
theory,
the 60s, they shrunk it down to 10 for about 5 years, and then it expanded back to 20, and then it became 25. Mm-hmm. So we can only go by what was in the rankings, right? We can only go by what was in the rankings.
Did you look at the longest streak that like a Devaney or an Osborne had? Or a Solich
but
or a Callahan?
I mean, I don't know if I can empirically, because I went year by year, and I've got a new graphic that I'm going to have to keep track of now.
This is just exciting. Hopefully they end the streak this weekend.
It would be nice. But as part of the research,
It'd be insane to break that against Michigan.
It would be.
As part of the research, Nebraska versus all-time versus the AP ranked teams is 106, 47, 106, 147, and 3. I forgot to add the 3 ties.
Oh, okay.
They're 51 and 47 at home. There's 29 and 73 on the road. They're 26 and 27 in neutral sites, which includes kickoff classics, bowl games, and conference championship games.
Okay. Wow, so they are well under 500.
Yes.
Well under 500.
Yes. Not surprisingly, only one man has a winning record.
Actually, I am a little surprised that only one man has a winning
Only
record.
one Nebraska coach has a winning record against the top 25, and it's the GOAT.
I would not have guessed that Osborne was the only coach who had a winning record. I would have guessed that Bob did too.
Devaney was close.
He was 500.
He just needed one more win.
That USC game in 1970 had gone from a tie to a win. Rats.
But Osborne went 62-25-1. Devaney went 12-12-2. So Osborne basically accounts for 60% of all the wins over ranked teams.
That's crazy.
And the poll started, by the way, in 1936.
Okay.
Solich went 11-13. Pelini went 9-17.
Of course, 9 wins.
Yeah. And Scott Frost.
How did he do against ranked teams? Oh, wait. So they haven't beaten a ranked team since 2015? I think
2016.
2016.
Yeah.
So it gives us our answer.
Scott Frost went 0-16.
Woof.
Technically, you could say 0-19 because the 3 losses last year was Scott Frost's team. He just wasn't coaching it.
Yeah, we're putting those on his record.
To be nice, I did not put those on his record. Those went on Mickey Joseph's record. But, yeah, Frost teams 0-16 against the AP top 25.
Yikes.
But man, ending this streak.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just thinking through my head. I can't imagine. And I'm just thinking of the Blue Bloods, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Blue Blood programs, of which Nebraska still likes to think it's a part of because it's one of the grand brands.
How many of them have had?
How many of them have had an 0-for-22 streak? I can't imagine.
Oklahoma, maybe in the dark days.
That was only like 3 or 4
that's
years.
The thing, because this is going back to 16. So this is 8 seasons worth now.
Yeah.
You know, here's the scary part, John. So right now I'm looking at the rest of the schedule. There is no one else who is ranked.
And probably won't be. Maybe Wisconsin will sneak
or
in.
Maryland.
Maryland.
But Illinois won't be ranked. Northwestern, certainly not. Purdue, no. Michigan State, hell no. I don't think Iowa's going to sneak back in. So, yeah, it comes down to Maryland or Wisconsin.
Go
and
Hawks.
I would probably venture to guess that those teams are not in the top. I would guess Maryland more than Wisconsin, but I would probably guess neither. And so, like, this might be their only other chance this year.
It might be.
They might play 2 ranked teams this year, and oddly enough, Colorado was one of them.
Yes. Otherwise, they might have only played 1.
Star Wars Fiend says, this is as depressing as Suzuki missing that routine catch last night.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware that he missed the fly ball. Thank you. Osborne had at least 1 win over a ranked team every year but 2.
What were the 2 years?
1989 and 1990.
I was going to guess that 1990 was one of them.
They only played 2 ranked teams apiece in those years. In 89, it would have been Colorado and Florida State.
Dave says it appears as if NU's next longest losing streak against ranked teams is 15 from
Yes.
19. Oh, that's what you said,
Yes,
right?
15.
So I would love to know, Dave, what's their next one after that? I would love to know what that one is.
The next one after that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of either, and I don't have the games in order, but the mid-50s. They went 3 straight years of 0-2, and it just depends on where the win happened in either 54 or 58. So there's probably like an 8 or a 9 game streak that happened. But again, those are back in the dark ages when Nebraska was really bad. Believe it or not, I mean, Devaney All right, so Devaney, he went 0-1 in 62. They lost to Missouri, the game that started the sellout streak. That was the only ranked foe. 63, they won both their games against the ranked team. So those were Devaney's first 2 wins. And then they went 64, 65, 66, and 67, where they did not get a win over a ranked team. Now, those were the same years where it was only a top 10. So there weren't many opportunities. In fact, they all happened in bowl games. But, I mean, there was a stretch there. The championship years, you want to know what, on the happy side, what's the longest win streak? 9 in a row. The 94 and the 95 teams.
Wow.
So when it combined 9-0.
So it lost in 96.
Well, 93, the streak.
Florida State.
They lost to Florida State, and then in 96, they lost to Arizona State.
Yeah. What's crazy is Texas wasn't ranked, and so if without that Arizona State loss, man, that thing would have gone all the way into 98. Crazy.
Yeah, Osborne had a stretch from the 94 through 97 seasons where they went 16-1 against rated teams.
Crazy.
16-1.
Crazy.
Coming up next, the Chiefs do not have a ranked foe on their schedule this week.
They do not.
If there was a ranking in NFL, the Jets definitely would not be on it.
They'd be in the low 20s, I'm guessing. Low 20s.
The Jets are only rank. The voice of the Chiefs is next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Spectacular weather into this evening with the light winds and the temperatures in the 70s. Later on tonight, mostly clear skies, drops back to around 54 for the low, and then mostly sunny, breezy, and warmer for Thursday. High temperature near 85. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, currently no major wrecks to avoid as you make your way across the metro. We are getting reports of delays on 84th for both directions between I-80 and Center. If you're east on L Street, a little bit of a delay around 48th. Slow going out on West Center Road around 175th for westbound commuters. And it looks like delays on westbound 370 between 72nd and 84th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Luss Hills Harley-Davidson.
Luss Hills Harley-Davidson invites you to join them for all kinds of fun poker runs and benefit rides all month long. Join the ride to help Plattsmouth Legion Baseball, Veterans Suicide Awareness Association, and the Patty Lyman Memorial Ride. Get details at LussHillsHD.com.
Sports fans, Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Indulge in our culinary touchdowns with a menu crafted to satisfy. Savory burgers, tender steaks, to our fire wings. Our world-renowned chef will leave your taste buds cheering for more. We've raised the sports bar dining experience with a new high-end design and incredible food. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just love the excitement, Let It Fly is your place. Host your next college game day watch party or private event right here. Elevate your game day experience at Let It Fly, located in downtown Omaha.
Vala's Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard has something fun for all ages. Come take a ride on the antique cars, where the kids are the drivers. Visit our foam ball play area called the Egg Scramble. Stop by the cider mill area where you can have a drink of refreshing apple cider and taste some deliciously good barbecue at Ethan's Applewood Smokehouse. Vala's has more than 50 other attractions included with admission, along with fireworks every Friday night at 9. Vala's, the place to visit this fall.
If you love food, love fun, love fall, you'll love Vala's Pumpkin Patch best of all.
Are you ready for the biggest party of the year? Nickelback with a live show unlike any other this Tuesday night. Pinnacle Bank Arena. Nickelback, the Get Rollin' Tour with Brantley Gilbert and Josh Ross. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Get rolling and get your tickets now.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
We created a simple PDF that gives you everything you need to know about branding, designing, and building a website that increases revenue. Download the website playbook for free at jmonline.com. If you're considering a website project but not sure who to hire, go to jmonline.com and download the free website playbook. It's a guide to a high-performing website. That's jmonline.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
He's like double fisting him. He just bam, bam.
Of 1620, The Zone.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the...
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
Will activate all 5 senses of your body. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
And the Chiefs Kingdom has firmly planted its flag on top of football's highest summit.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to choco kiss right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holtz.
The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
Mitch, you saw Titanic, didn't you?
Oh, sure.
The movie? We were just talking off the air about one of the most unintentionally funny scenes of all time when the dude falls from the ship and falls down and is going, ah! And then all of a sudden you hear him just clank off the propeller. Did you laugh in the theater? Because I did.
No, I didn't exactly laugh right then. But, hey. We all have our macabre side of
sorry.
So dark side. So yeah.
John's is darker than others.
Oh, come on. You guys were laughing too.
I think it was mine is as well, Mitch.
It's pretty funny, Mitch. I'm sorry.
I'll be honest.
Wow. Okay. Just call that. I've got a good therapist, John. Help that.
Well, you know what? I'm going to blame the Chiefs. There's not much to talk about from last week's game. It was really kind of non-competitive.
Well, there's that one topic.
Well, there's that one topic, but I'm not going to go there. What I will ask, though, because it was a game, Mitch.
Well, I told Nick I was here with Taylor. We're just waiting for Trav to get out of practice. And she's wearing her Creighton shirt. Yeah.
Oh, God, don't you put that curse on me, Ricky Bobby. I don't need that kind of distraction.
It's a Creighton women's basketball shirt, but it's got Dana Finch on the back of it. And Dana, of course, from my hometown of Smith Center, Kansas, still might be the leading three-point shooter in Creighton women's basketball history. But that's another matter. But I thought, wow, all right, TS, like the shirt. But yeah, we're all just nothing's going on down here.
No,
going about our business.
Okay, fine. We're on that subject. I mean, is there
we're going to New York, by the way.
Is there?
If you're going to just calm it down, go to New York and play on Sunday Night Football. That'll calm it
down. Is there any concern about how Andy Reid manages this? Because, I mean, it's a whole different level of celebrity now that you have. Is there any concern that this can be a distraction?
No, because it's Kels, and Kels can handle it. I think Coach already said that publicly, and I also feel that way. You've got an enormous celebrity in Mahomes, who's the number one celebrity right now in the NFL, and who else in professional sports in our country would be ahead of him? Ohtani, maybe,
or LeBron,
and
but it's. I mean, LeBron, you're right,
right in there. But I mean, Mahomes is at the card table, right? He's sitting right there with those guys.
Yes.
So you've already got that, but this brings in, yes, you're right, a whole new element. Meaning, when we go to New York, now all of a sudden, like the New York Post and TMZ, and I mean, would normally like pay attention to our game on Sunday Night Football against the Jets, but they all will. But because it's Kels, and I actually think it'll motivate him, to tell you the truth. Not that he needs motivation, but he and Patrick seem to handle all of the would-be distractions very well. They both have up to this point. So I just don't see it being an issue unless there's like people trying to sneak in your hotel and, you're waiting in your shower when you go into your room or something. But, or people just come up with ludicrous and crazy things that aren't true, which already kind of happened. But still, I don't see it being a problem.
Mitch, looking back at Sunday, we rarely talk about the idea of a get-right game in the NFL. That's more of a college thing, college topic. But Sunday ended up turning into that. Did you have any expectation that it could get that out of hand on a day in which there were two insane out-of-hand games? Oddly, I think the one where the team won 41-3 might have been worse than the one where a team won 70-20.
Yeah, I mean, 70 points in an NFL game is crazy. You'll see some 6-man football in Nebraska or Kansas or 8-man that's 70-20 on a regular basis, but never in the NFL. And honestly, the Chiefs game was closer to 48-0 than it was 41-10 with those garbage points at the end.
That's right.
You always look at, I don't know, I always look at a team like I'm looking at how the Jets could upset the Chiefs. And I was looking at, how could Chicago be competitive and how could they possibly upset them? I thought, though, in the prep going into the game, this one, man, I don't know how. It'd have to be Fields like running for 200 yards or something, and then Mahomes would never touch the ball. But I did kind of sense that this one could get out of hand. But it was just great that all three phases did it, and the defense continued to roll. I mean, you got 3 games now, so that's 12 quarters of data with a Chiefs defense that I believe is the youngest defense in the NFL right now, that is making a push to be one of the top 5 to 7 defenses in the league.
Mitch Holtz, voice of the Chiefs, as always, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. It was also an opportunity, Mitch, to play a game at linebacker without having your ace, Nick Bolton, out there. He was held out due to the ankle injury. How do you think that went?
It went awesome. It's why I dedicated one entire segment of our training camp reports with you guys to Drew Tranquill. It was the 3rd week, I believe, and we spent one whole day talking about the dude. Now, again, it's Chicago, and if they don't have Bolt again this week, it'd be a bigger challenge, probably being on the road and such. But Tranquill is such a huge pickup, super smart, tough, versatile, and he was able to connect the defense. What people overlook is the fact that when the defense plays at home, keep in mind, 75,000 plus are going crazy trying to get false start on the enemy offenses. Well, the Chiefs defense is dealing with that same noise. And Tranquill talked about it. Talked to him actually after the game about it. He goes, dude, it's crazy loud. And so you see offenses use silent counts. The defenses has to use like silent communication and sign language. Well, that's all got to be accurate. And for the most part, there was just outstanding communication when the ones were out there. And then you're seeing the secondary fly around too, helping out with Trent McDuffie. He had like a 93 rating, I think, in Pro Football Focus, is really emerging into a top flight corner. But the centerpiece was Tranquill, and he did a fabulous job of filling in for Bolt, wearing the green dot and doing the communication verbally or non-verbally.
Mitch, what's the biggest concern about going up against that Jets defense? When Dallas played him a couple of weeks ago, there was so much talk about, the similarities between this unit and the 49ers. Obviously, there is a relationship there, given that the Jets head coach used to be the Niners defensive coordinator. So the Chiefs have seen this type of defense before. When you look at this iteration on tape, what stands out?
The secondary. I really think this is one of the top 5 secondary teams in the league. With Diggs being out for the year with the Cowboys, I think, I look at the young DBs, Surtain of the Broncos and Sauce Gardner of the Jets, I think are the top 2. And that's arguable, and we could, tussle over that. But they have Jordan Whitehead. He had the 3 picks against Josh Allen in week 1. And then former K-Stater DJ Reed, who I'd forgotten, had picked 6 Mahomes when he was at Texas Tech when Reed played for K-State. But it's an athletic group. They're kind of feisty, smart. If you do catch it, they'll rip it out from you. They'll intercept. They'll tip passes. The young pass catchers for the Chiefs, who had a very good week last week for the most part, but they played a lot of zone, Chicago did. And the young guys found the voids in the zone. That's like the next class to take in this syllabus they're in. But they're facing their biggest challenge yet in this Jets secondary, which is legit. They'll play press. They'll get up on you, won't let you run your route, lock you down. So there's a lot to face here with this defense of the Jets, most notably their secondary, which is good.
Rashee Rice had a nice day, too, in the slot position. I think he was targeted like 7 times, had 5 catches. What would it mean for this offense if this youngster could nail down that position?
Well, his body type is the closest thing to Juju Smith-Schuster, I think, of these young receivers, meaning he can be that intermediary. You run the bubble screen, tunnel screen, you get the post, you get the RPO, because he's a tackle breaker. The other thing he did was make a phenomenal block on the 16-yard run late in the red zone for Pacheco. If you go back and watch that, he makes the key block on the play. And so he can bring that to the table too. But you're looking at a guy that you could target, to answer your question, John, you could target him 7 to 10 times, and you're going to get some fruitful production out of that. Plus, the physical nature that he brings to the rest of the offense helps the others when he's not touching the ball. So I just look for him to progress. But this is a big game for him. Sunday Night Football in New Jersey/New York against this secondary will be a big test for our youngster from SMU.
Mitch, is there a concern at all about like focus when you're going up against an offense like the one that the Jets have right now? It just obviously there's not a whole lot that's going in their way since the Aaron Rodgers injury. You know, I've seen large chunks of of all their games, honestly, and you know it seems like Wilson they have like a tough conversation on the sidelines at least once a week right now. Just things aren't clicking for the obvious reasons. I wonder if there is any concern of that just showing itself in maybe some of those early drives.
There's some concern here because look at Garrett Wilson's catch against the Bills. That's 1.
Mm-hmm.
2, watch his 68-yard touchdown against Dallas. That's 2. And that's against that Dallas defense. I mean, Garrett Wilson's a stud.
Yeah.
And you still have Breece Hall, and you still got Dalvin Cook. I mean, there's a lot here that you can sink your teeth into this offense. Zach Wilson, to me, is a mystery. They still think, I mean, Robert Saleh's been, vociferous and backing him up. But, I mean, there's some talent there. But there's enough weapons here on this Jets offense that it won't stay morbid, I don't think, the entire season. I mean, they could break out in one of these games, hopefully not Sunday night.
Well, I've got good news, Mitch. If Andy Reid needs any bulletin board material, I understand that Lou Holtz has also called Andy Reid's teams soft. So I expect Andy Reid in that postgame, with Melissa Stark down on the field to call out Lou Holtz.
Well, we're going to flan that Oregon coach. He's actually from Kansas City. He went to Park Hill High School.
Dan Lanning.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like he's just barking out at prime. And so we'll bring him in to fire everybody up.
Inside question, Mitch, because you're around the coach and you're around the team. Is there an inside joke on the team going around because of the new State Farm commercial and Andy Reid going after the Nuggies?
Oh.
Are they giving him a hard time for that?
When it first came out, they did. That's all worn off now.
Okay.
No, it's not ongoing. Like, hey, take more fries, coach. It's none of that. But it gives you an idea. Both the State Farm commercials gives you an idea of his sense of humor.
Yeah,
because he is a funny guy now, and that's real. So the Andy you see on those commercials isn't something like the Saban's Aflac, right? They're like, come on, the blue suit and Andy. That's Andy. And his personality when he's in a good mood, that he can be that funny. So, yeah, what you see is what you get with him, and that's part of his ability to motivate and lead this team.
I love that Andy Reid leans into it.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, he's a cheeseburger guy, a cheeseburger Hawaiian
and a Nuggies guy.
Just
give me those Nuggies.
I want to be there on the set because they did like 7 or 8 takes of him just walking his fingers across the table to go after the Nuggets. I wonder if did he have a stunt double?
Go back and watch the episode when he's on New Heights with the Kelsey boys. He's hilarious in that.
Yeah,
and it's that little bit of deadpan humor, but it's also just his unique, funny way.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like no coach I've been around in that regard. He's secure in who he is, and I think that comes out in his humor.
He was good on Triple D too. He was on Triple D with
was he?
with Guy because they were going around getting cheeseburgers.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, pretty good. Mitch Holtz is voice of the Chiefs. Speaking of food, get your food and your game day supplies at Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
I don't think. Did you see the video, the still photos too of Kels in the convertible, right, with TS? Did you see the Hy-Vee sacks of groceries in the backseat?
Oh, did they make a stop
really
there at the little drive-through and get their Hy-Vee to go?
They did. Aisles online.
Aisles online.
Yeah, and they were able to. You got to look really closely. Like you got to be. It's kind of microscopic, but it's right there. You got to kind of look real close.
I will. I was trying to figure out what kind of car that was. What that convertible.
He's got a whole bunch of stuff now. That's what his fundraiser this year, which I've emceed his fundraiser in the past for his 87 and running campaign, has been a fashion show. He's like, man, we've done that, right? We're done with that. So he did a car show. Like he's now turning into like Jay Leno of this generation, because he's getting a collection now with some awesome cars.
I would love to see it.
That's Kelsey's next step.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Mitch, have a great call this week,
there.
and enjoy the paparazzi there in New York.
Oh, they're here. They'll be there in full force around our hotel, I'm sure. So,
all right, Mitch, take care.
Thanks,
Mitch Holtz, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Listening to you two say goodbye to each other always just takes me back to being at church as a kid. And my mom I want to leave, and she keeps saying goodbye to so many people, and then they just keep telling stories and jokes over and over.
It's some peak Midwest goodbye. If Mitch was here in person, he would be at the door with his hand on the handle, but just still talking.
I don't know. I'll probably stop by Hy-Vee.
We get to find out little intricacies about the
John would follow him out to his car.
We
Mitch
get
would
the good
roll
stuff
his window
here.
down. They'd still talk for another 5 minutes in the parking lot.
We get the good stuff here. We find out all kinds of neat things. By the way, there was a theory going around.
Game theory?
That they snuck Ms. Swift out of the suites because there were fans waiting by the suite exit entrance there at Arrowhead Stadium, that they snuck her out in a giant popcorn machine.
That'd be pretty awesome.
There was a video of, and technically, I don't think it was a popcorn machine, but those big, tall warmers that they have. We see them when we walk through the halls there at the ballpark for the College World Series, where they keep all the food warm.
Oh, yeah.
And they were showing this video of this
Did it
woman.
look like it was leaving in a weird way?
Well, yeah, because it kind of the
popcorn
way she was kind of struggling getting around, and then they took off down the way, and the camera keeps going back and forth, and all the Swifties thought, are they sneaking her out in the warming machine? Which would have been hilarious.
It would have been. Get in the warming
Especially
machine,
if they would have
Taylor.
left all the barbecue in there, and she would have got out, and she would have looked like Carrie at the end of the movie with all this
good
barbecue sauce
reference.
all over the place.
It's a movie now.
No, I get that, but that was blood, not butter.
No, he was talking about barbecue sauce.
Barbecue
sauce. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. And you're really not good at listening and listening.
The phones are always
I heard you earlier. I nodded my head. I thought John saw
The
it.
phone is ringing. Coming up next.
The phone is ringing.
Fired up for football.
Another weekend of football.
Oh, you get to hear the intro that I made a couple years ago that you hated.
I
listened back to it earlier.
Is it bad?
I would do something different this time.
Okay, I don't remember this. I can't wait to make fun of it again.
Again, I keep forgetting to make a new one.
Now it's October.
Well, speaking of a new one, you could use a new truck, and truck season is here at Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley. The Silverado, with two great offers right now going on at Woodhouse. The 23 Silverado 1500 Custom features easy lift, power lock and release tailgate, cargo bed LED lighting, and heated outside power mirrors. You can lease a Silverado 1500 Custom for just $489 a month for 36 months at 10,000 miles per year from Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha. Just have first payment and $299 doc fee due at signing, or save $5,750 off MSRP and 0% APR for 36 months on a 23 Silverado 1500 LT. This truck's got the Super Cruise drive assist, advanced trailering system, and multi-flex tailgate. Plus, with 9 different styles to choose from, you can find a Silverado that not only meets what you're looking for in a truck, but also meets your personality. Just have $299 doc fee due at signing for the Silverado 1500 LT. Hurry, these offers expire at the end of the month. See Woodhouse's entire selection of Silverados at woodhouse.com and find new roads this truck season. To Woodhouse Chevy, I-29, exit 75, Missouri Valley, 112th and Dodge in Omaha. Both offers with approved credit. See dealer for details.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone. Call her for right now. 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's four-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone.
It's the Genesis Health Club's anniversary celebration sale. We're celebrating 37 years of fitness by you joining for just 37 cents and get the rest of the year for free. Just 3 days left. Hi, I'm Rodney Stephen with Genesis Health Clubs, and we're celebrating our 37th anniversary. Every day, Genesis members celebrate their health and fitness by feeling great and loving life. The better your health is, the more you enjoy each and every day. Regular exercise is the #1 ingredient to a healthy and more prosperous life. Join Genesis Health Clubs today for our 37th anniversary and join for just 37 cents and get the rest of the year for free. With a 37-cent enrollment fee and a savings that make the rest of the year for free, it's easy to get going and start celebrating today. 3 days left. Join today at GenesisHealthClubs.com. This time next year could be your 1-year anniversary of a happier, healthier, more confident, and more energetic version of yourself. Genesis Health Club will help you every step of the way. Join Genesis today for just 37 cents and get the rest of the year for free. Now that's something to celebrate.
Shop Woodhouse Mazda and get behind the wheel of a 2024 Mazda CX-90 this fall. Crafted to create a connection between driver, passenger, and every journey shared. Third-row SUV designed with precision to elevate every moment. Purchase a 2024 Mazda CX-90 and receive 2.9% APR for 60 months on select 2024 Mazda CX-90s. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing. With approved credit, tax, title, and license extra. Excludes PHEV and S-Tune trims. Must finance with Mazda Financial Services. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 9/30/23.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply. All rights reserved.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you give to United Way of the Midlands, your caring spirit helps our neighbors in need get back on their feet and builds a stronger tomorrow for the Omaha Council Bluffs Metro. Make your gift today at UnitedWayMidlands.org.
Follow your imagination to the Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. Bring the whole gang and explore for treasure on the pirate shipwreck. See how the West was fun. Pretend you're a superhero as you jump on giant bounce pads. Maybe reserve your own campfire rental where you can roast marshmallows and tell stories. It's all up to you. And of course, go on a hayride and grab your own pumpkin. Priced by the size, not the pound. Follow your imagination at the Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. 48th between Cornhusker and Highway 370. More info at BellevueBerryFarm.com.
If you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money out the window. Don't let the cool air out. Upgrade today with J-Tech Construction. For a limited time, get 60 months with 0% interest. Plus, as an added bonus, every window gets a special rated UV upgrade for free. Save money, keep the cool air in, and be happier when you upgrade your windows with the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. For more info, go to yourexteriorexperts.com. Subject to credit approval. Matt Davison breaks down Louisiana Tech and previews the Michigan game Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5. Program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
Fear has a name.
Ice cream, you are baby.
For 30 years, Scary Acres has been doing what they do best. Scaring the out of you. The Master's Castle, House on the Hill, and the Haunted Woods. Scary Acres, the ultimate haunted attractions. 172nd and Giles. Sponsored in part by Raising Cane, Stereo West, and Ivy.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct presents America's favorite sport. The thrills, the chills, the pageantry, the passion. It's football season. Go Big Red. Okay, Husker fan, we get it. Your team's lack of success under the Golden Child isn't what you thought it would be. You were promised they'd be really dangerous by year 2. And here it is, year 4, and the only thing dangerous about these guys is the havoc they've wreaked on your liver. The endless parade of excuses has sapped the joy from you to the point you can't take it anymore. But come on, what else are you going to do on Saturdays and Sundays? Antiquing? Watching Downton Abbey with the wife? Washing the car? Let's do this! It's time for 1620 The Zone's Fired Up for Football. A look ahead to the weekend on the college and pro gridiron.
You know what? I do remember this open now because I had written it for Ed.
And then Ed couldn't do it.
And then Ed couldn't do it, and then he did it, and then instead of putting some cool music behind it like I would have done.
He put his little emo crap behind
this
it.
weird emo
When I think
stuff.
of football, I think of those songs. Like, let's play those rock songs.
Yeah.
Football can have many different songs.
Not those songs, Nick. Not those
No,
songs.
it can't have many different songs.
Also, Nick, a little problematic of you to say you can watch Downton Abbey with the wife. Maybe the man likes to watch Downton Abbey.
I'm not the one who wrote the script.
No self-respecting male would ever watch that show.
I watched season 1.
Like I said, no
I thought about
self-respecting
watching it
male
after
would
I
ever
finished
watch
The Crown.
All right, fired up for football.
All right, let's do it.
Thursday night football features the Packers and the Lions.
This is a good one.
This is a good one.
This is a good one. Packers home dogs for the first time in many, many years against the Lions.
I might suggest if you have access to it, finding the online stream of either the Lions or the Packers radio call and then syncing it up with the TV.
Not a bad idea because Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit hate each other.
Yes.
Hate each other.
Oh, gross.
And Al Michaels, his fastball is down to about 63 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's not even 69.
It's just
Nah.
it's a sad decline.
Mm-hmm.
Friday is very interesting in the sense that we get another Pac-12 ranked versus ranked matchup. Utah State, despite their loss, or Oregon State, I'm sorry, despite their loss, stayed inside the top 25, and they are hosting number 10 Utah.
Yeah. This is one of the few ranked on ranked games all weekend long. You could maybe put this on the second screen while you're watching Rob Sims and yours truly on the call for. Oh, it's weird that that's a Big 12 game and it's at 9:15 at night on
And
ESPN.
There's also Louisville and NC State.
Wow, so there are 3 power-on-power games and none of them involve the Big 10.
That's true. Or the SEC.
Or the SEC.
To Saturday. Big noon slaughter. USC at Colorado.
Oh, boy.
If you like points, you're going to love this game.
Oh, there will be a lot of points.
Because USC can't defend either.
Yeah.
Florida,
Kentucky on ABC at 11.
I've got it here for ESPN because ABC has.
What did I
Clemson
say?
and
Did I say
Syracuse.
AB? Yeah, my bad. I meant ESPN. Yeah.
Actually, one of the games that's kind of intriguing, but it's only if you have SEC network, is Texas A&M at Arkansas. And I say intriguing because
one of these guys could get fired. Sam Pittman, Arkansas, they're struggling, man.
Yeah.
And obviously we know what's going on with Jimbo.
Yeah, the 11 o'clock window looks kind of sparse. So expect, another 12 million people showing up to watch Colorado get their butts
including
kicked.
you.
Of course, 2:30, it's Nebraska, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Opposite it.
Dude, how about Kansas at Texas
I
on
wish
ABC?
this were at night.
Seriously, what a game.
So I could see the whole thing or most of it.
Yeah, what a game.
Kansas at Texas. Longhorns beyond upset.
Remember, this was the game and the locale 2 years ago. Kansas beat them in Austin.
Georgia at Auburn.
Yep, CBS game.
Yeah.
Baylor at UCF
I
is
mean,
now
that
a
could
Big
be a
12 game.
spot where, if
Because Georgia get got?
Maybe.
That'd be fun.
Wagner
at Rutgers on BTN, John.
The Rutgers.
Wagner.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
How about this weird kickoff time? LSU at Ole Miss at 5 o'clock on ESPN.
Which is really unfortunate given this is the third ranked game and it's happening at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Why at 5?
Because they have a night game, Alabama at Mississippi State at 8 o'clock, which was going to end up on ESPN News at some point in time. But yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a game.
Did you see what friend of me, Noah Eagle, gets in the late window on NBC? Michigan State at Iowa. That's a gross football game.
Go Hawks.
Yep.
What a gross
Blackledge,
game.
Congratulations. You get to go for one of the games of the year to one of the lames of the year.
Our cousin city. The one on the other river.
It really is. Our cousin city. Nice, Nick.
Saturday night football on ABC. I can't imagine I would have ever highlighted anything involving the Duke Blue Devils, and it didn't involve basketball. But Notre Dame at Duke.
What a game.
Can Notre Dame bounce back?
See, and that's the thing. This was already going to be a tough game for them, even if they would have won, because it could be a letdown spot. Now it's a letdown spot, and they got to get off the mat because they lost in the worst way imaginable. And again, they had 10 players on the field for 2 consecutive plays.
And yes, because the LSU game kicked off at 5, that leaves a window open at 8 for Alabama at Mississippi State.
And then finally, if you are one of the few, the proud, the havers of the Pac-12 network, and you want to watch what I think is the best team so far, Washington plays at Arizona. It's not going to be a good game, but Washington will probably put up like 35 points in the first quarter. So you could watch that on the Pac-12 network at 9.
So when I opened my TV guide this morning, because the maps hadn't come out yet, the Denver-Chicago game was on my TV guide at noon on CBS Sunday.
But then did it change?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. 506 Sports, we're getting Buffalo and Miami.
Whoa!
How about that? Most of the state is, in fact.
Let's go. The best game of the day.
Thank you for your service.
Huge relief.
Oh, yeah. Denver at Chicago is one of the worst games of all time, and instead we're getting one of the best games of the young season.
Now, you know what sucks for me?
What's that, John?
The Rams are playing at noon. So
What? Oh, no.
So I'll be watching my YouTube direct, or whatever they call it.
It's called Sunday Ticket,
Sunday
John.
Ticket. I'm going to be
Direct
watching my
TV is
Sunday.
a separate thing.
Whatever.
Who are the Rams playing at that time?
Indianapolis.
Oh, interesting. Is Anthony Richardson going to play?
I have no idea.
Okay.
We bring up the Sunday morning game?
Oh, thank you for reminding us, Nick. Yes, it's Sunday at 8:30. Atlanta plays Jacksonville. This is an ESPN Plus game or a Disney Plus game if you want to watch it in Toy Story mode. Are you going to watch any of the Toy Story mode, John?
No.
Oh, come on.
I'm 100% watching this.
Come on, John. Open your Disney Plus app for 5 seconds.
Yeah, come on,
Move
John.
away from Ahsoka and watch a little Toy Story
Look at
football.
I binged all of that last weekend. by the way.
Ahsoka's really good.
It's so good.
I haven't watched an episode.
Watch Rebels.
Fox, by the way, the noon game that we have here in Nebraska. How are things in Nebraska? Well, they're bad. They're bad, Barry Trammell, because we are watching the Vikings and the Panthers. Somebody called Alex Faust is calling the game with Brady Quinn. Who is Alex Faust?
Don't know.
Is he related
he
to
drew
Dan
the short
Fouts?
straw.
Yeah, he certainly did.
And for the second straight weekend, our 325 window is god awful.
No, this is a good game.
No,
2-1.
Arizona at San Francisco. I know the Cardinals
John,
won last
that's not
week.
the game we're getting.
But come on.
That's not the game we're getting, John. Why would we get Arizona and San Francisco?
I don't know. Why would we?
Well, we're not, because we're getting a nice battle between Dallas and New England.
Oh, great.
2-1 versus a tough 1-2 team.
Yeah, tough 1-2 team.
Patriots could be 3-0. Many are saying.
Oh, you want to smell Bill Belichick's sock flag?
No, I don't, Nick. I just want to watch the football game.
I mean, this is evil on evil here. And
No.
I hope evil loses.
This is greatness on evil.
Belichick's past his prime, Josh. I don't know what you're
Go
talking
Cowboys. Sunday Night Football. Look, we were critical of last week's game. We were very critical. But at least Pittsburgh versus Vegas had weirdness, and it was a close game.
Mm-hmm.
This week we get, as we just talked about, the Chiefs at the Jets. We're still in Aaron Rodgers territory. Only one game on Monday Night Football, though. That's nice.
Oh, we don't have the doubleheader?
Yeah, it's Seattle against the Giants.
So, grade-wise.
Yeah. Did we agree on our grades this week?
Nope. We did not.
Whoa, you went with a D for the NFL?
Yes.
Wow. John's giving it the D.
But
outside of Buffalo, Miami, it's
Green Bay, Detroit.
I am excited about. I am going to watch.
I'm sorry, but I mean, when you give us garbage in the late afternoon window,
Garbage.
That's
Dallas versus
garbage.
New England.
That's garbage. You know Dallas is going to win easily.
I hope you said that last week. You were wrong.
Well, I hope I'm wrong this week, but
I
I'm
know.
not going to be.
Wow, I'm surprised. Like, because I gave it a C, you gave it a D. I didn't grade it on curve. I just am saying Buffalo versus Miami is like a game of the year candidate.
One game, but the rest of it.
Nah, I like the Thursday game. I think the Monday game is solid.
No, the Monday game is awful. The Giants are not good. Come on.
I gave it a C. I gave college football B-. I was harsher on college football than you were. Interesting.
Where are we at for Brunt's laughs?
Well, I gave it a C+. John gave it a C-.
Like
that averages out to a C. Yeah. Two.
NFL, come on, stop taking us for granted. Give us something good in the afternoon, please.
Jordan points it out. Zeke is facing off against his old team.
Oh, cool. I don't care.
What a story.
Yeah, great
what a
story.
Great story.
If this Sunday ever screamed NASCAR, this one does.
Or Formula One.
After 3 o'clock.
No Sunday screams that. None at all.
Well, they all do.
Chris in Montana says, I get Broncos, Bears, and Vikings, Panthers. Pukarama. Apparently, Dish Network thinks anybody in a mountain state just automatically likes the Broncos. Actually, that's true. You live in Broncos territory.
Well,
there,
just
Chris.
like they automatically assume that everyone who lives here on the Great Plains is a Chiefs fan.
Well, and they were wrong for a while, but now all the bandwagon fans are definitely Chiefs fans.
So.
And then now they also have all the Swifties too.
See,
They're
that's
amassing an army.
That's why the Sunday ticket exists.
Yes, NFL
That's
Sunday
why
ticket.
my Sunday ticket exists.
Stop. You always do that.
So I can watch my Rams whenever I want.
Going back to the Dolphins game, I would like to go to the bar to see that just for the atmosphere, but I know for a fact they're going to have the Broncos game on the big screen on that one.
You'd have to hear volume on the Broncos game.
And I don't want to watch that.
Yeah.
Or hear it.
Yeah.
Well, go to the aquarium at the Henry Dorley Zoo and watch the dolphins with the other
Nick,
dolphins.
is there a Dolphins watch bar in Omaha?
I've tried to find one, but not that I know of.
Okay.
I've looked.
Interesting.
Well, coming up next, it's time for Dumb Debates on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a wreck that has the entrance ramp closed from southbound 60th to westbound I-80. We've also got a wreck that has the right lane blocked on westbound 370 at the JFK. Expect delays if you're east on I-80 between 680 and 60th. Same goes if you're north on Northwest Radial between Cumming Street and Hamilton. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Val's Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard has something fun for all ages. Come take a ride on the antique cars where the kids are the drivers. Visit our foam ball play area called the Egg Scramble. Stop by the cider mill area where you can have a drink of refreshing apple cider and taste some deliciously good barbecue at Ethan's Applewood Smokehouse. Vallis has more than 50 other attractions included with admission, along with fireworks every Friday night at 9. Vallis, the place to visit this fall.
If you love food, love fun, love fall, you'll love Alice Pumpkin Patch best of all.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Creighton Sports Update.
It's a busy week in Omaha for the Blue Jays. Creighton women's soccer kicks it off against Marquette on Thursday at 6 p.m. Friday features Blue Jay volleyball opening Big East home play against St. John's at 6 p.m., followed by men's soccer versus Xavier at 7:30 p.m. Volleyball is back to close out the week versus Seton Hall on Sunday at 1. Purchase your tickets for all events by visiting gocreighton.com/buy.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your
Listeners to not do, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks. Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just 3 radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the play. Dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just 3 radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just 3 radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. Just 3 radio hosts on air. Dumb debating.
My dudes.
Wednesday means dumb debates. This is where we get to debate your subject matter that you send to us. We archive, because if we don't get to yours this week, we try to save it for future editions.
We got a lot of new ones.
You can send us your dumb debates into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed for now. Hashtag dumb debates. You can email your dumb debates to the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. You can also, if you want, text in your dumb debates on the 42 Degrees the Source hotline.
That's what Chris in Montana did. He says it seems like the 72 Dolphins are a bunch of egomaniacs. Pop the cork whenever the last undefeated team loses. Do you think that they would have a moral dilemma if the Dolphins were undefeated late in the season? Would they root for their own franchise to lose to keep their own personal record intact?
No.
I'm trying to think if the Dolphins have ever been the last undefeated team left since this tradition began, and I don't know if they have been.
Do you know when the tradition actually began? Like, because they won the Super Bowl in '73.
I think it's been around for about 20 years or so, maybe a little more.
Oh, I thought it was. I never remember an era where the Dolphins didn't do this, and I've been watching football since the mid-'90s.
I honestly don't know. It would be interesting to see them celebrate even after the Dolphins lose.
Mm-hmm.
I have never understood the vitriol for this, by the way.
Because
never.
People just don't like. Well,
they don't like a team celebrating the fact that, because you know what it is? Not to go all Ryan Day here.
Oh, here we go.
But there's a lot of people that they kind of look at this. Okay, yeah, they went undefeated, but were they really that good?
Oh, for sure. Many have had the debate.
And this is their way of saying, hey, you can argue all you want about greatest teams of all time, but only one finished a perfect season in the modern era, and it's us. I love it when they do it. It was even better when they did it after the Patriots lost.
Yeah. Trying to remember. Like, I'm looking up. It looks like I can't find when they. I think that they would root against it. I think they would root against it. Because I think they want to be the only team. I would too. I would want to be the only team. It's a special record.
It's a very special record.
Only team in the Super Bowl era to ever do it.
That is true. This one was sent quite a while ago, but it's kind of apropos given Nebraska's quarterback situation.
Okay.
Now, when it was written at the time by Joseph, he said, Jeff Sims suffers an injury before the season starts. Lucky for you, I've managed to clone 2004 Joe Daly and 2009 Zach Lee.
Oh.
Which one are you taking? So, if Nebraska had 2004 Joe Daly and 2009 Zach Lee, which one are you starting?
Who is Zach Lee healthy? Or is this like late season Zach Lee?
It does not specify. Let's just assume for argument's sake.
Late season.
It's healthy Zach Lee.
Oh, Zach Lee by far then. I think Zach Lee was actually solid, but then he got injured. And then he wasn't very solid anymore. I think Joe Daly was a bad quarterback.
Well, but consider this.
Okay.
Which quarterback is better running this offense?
I think Zach Lee's the answer.
I think Joe Daly's the answer. I think Joe Daly would have been a better running quarterback. Remember, Joe Daly was square peg round hole for Bill Callahan's offense. He only completed 49% of his passes.
So why are you wanting Joe Daly then?
Because he's running this offense, this Nebraska offense.
Yeah, but Zach Lee's not immobile, and he's a better thrower. Zach Lee had some mobility to his game, and he was a much better thrower when healthy.
I don't know if it's that big a slam dunk.
Wow, interesting. I thought that this would be an easy one. Nick, give me your take.
I mean, Joe Daly was literally recruited to run the Frank Solich option offense.
Mm-hmm.
Got square peg round hole in the Callahan's West Coast
You
offense.
would agree that this offense was not supposed to be an option offense.
Right, but assuming that the coaches are doing the same thing they're doing today, they're coaching to the strength of their personnel, I think they would coach to the strength of Joe Daly. But you might be right. Zach Lee might be able to be very functional in this system.
Very functional.
I don't know. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's not for me. This is an easy one. That was an easy debate. I'm sorry to Joseph, the question asked.
I might have another easy one if you want it.
Okay.
Go for it.
You could telepathically say something to all 7.8 billion people on Earth, and they would hear it at the same time. What would it be?
This is kind of like that one we had last week about, what was the question where I was just, the Taylor Swift army.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of similar to that, except instead of to the Swifties, it's to everybody. So I can tell them something.
Everybody on Earth will hear this one thing that you tell them.
My Venmo is at Josh Tweet. I don't know. I never have anything fun for these types of questions. I don't want to talk to the whole world. That sounds boring.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you try a noble message,
there'd be too many
people
takes.
they're gonna just ignore it.
Yeah.
And then it'll turn into, the hot take factory on the cable noise channels.
I'll just say 69.
There you go.
See how many people say nice.
420. Yeah, make a sex joke, John.
Well, no, you get most people looking at their watch saying it's only 1:37. What is he talking about? I'd probably be simple. Dallas sucks.
Oh, boo. I think people overseas would be very confused. Let's see. Cody asked, this is a callback to yesterday, why is a grilled cheese with ham called a hot ham and cheese and one with bacon is still called a grilled cheese?
It's not.
It's
a
not.
melt.
It shouldn't be. It should. Yeah, I agree with Nick on this
but
one.
restaurants don't call it a bacon melt. They call it a grilled cheese with bacon.
They're wrong.
That's what restaurants call it, Nick.
Now, you see.
Why, you sound like Fred right now,
But
Nick.
But doesn't this go back to what we were talking about yesterday? Bacon has now been shoehorned into this category of being a side, not a primary. Even though people treat it like a primary, right? Because grilled ham and cheese or hot ham and cheese, you're emphasizing the ham. But if you just take out the ham and put in the bacon, people are generally referring to it as a grilled cheese with bacon. Bacon is the Tonto to the Lone Ranger.
But
whereas the ham is the Lone Ranger.
The second another protein is introduced to a grilled cheese, that takes center stage.
But not bacon.
But not bacon, because bacon's being treated as a second-class citizen, as a sidekick.
Yeah, that's a tough look for bacon.
It is. So they would never do that to sausage.
At that point, it's just a bacon sandwich.
No one's ever, I mean, I'm sure someone's done it. I've never seen anyone order a grilled cheese with sausage, though.
But if they did, they wouldn't call it that. They'd call it a sausage and cheese sandwich.
That'd be weird. That'd be a weird sandwich.
That's no different than getting
it's no different than a
it's very different.
It's not.
It's very different.
You can literally get them at Burger King, McDonald's, Hardee's.
It's the same thing.
They don't have they don't have egg on it. Who would do such a thing? Someone who's wrong.
There's sausage McGriddles.
They're wrong people. Wrong.
Sausage.
There are just sausage biscuits.
McMuff.
Yeah, but they don't have cheese on them though.
I bet
I've gotten a sausage
I bet they could come
biscuit.
with cheese.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you want cheese?
I don't know. I've gotten a sausage biscuit before. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to scroll up here because this one is actually sent last week, but it still applies.
Okay.
Justin Jefferson from the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes.
Is 24 years old, and he already has more career receiving yards than any Chicago Bear receiver in their franchise's history.
Yes.
All 100 years of it.
Wow.
Is this more impressive, Michael asks? I think it was Michael. Maybe it wasn't. I apologize if I've misidentified who sent this in. Is this more impressive from a Justin Jefferson point of view or sad from a Bears point of view?
The latter.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
How long have they been around? 100
years.
Yeah, it's
They're
more sad.
as old as the NFL.
It's more sad for the Bears because, like, it's super impressive for Jefferson, but to be a franchise that has already had that stat surpassed by a receiver, it does say a little bit about the era we live in, but still 100 years of the sport.
But the Bears have also been through that same era, and basically the era where the passing game supersedes the running game.
They've gotten to have good players. They should,
basically
in theory.
is basically. I want to. It kind of changed over in the 80s, early 80s.
Yeah, so that's 40 years.
So yeah, the Bears have had 40 years to get a fine receiver. I mean, we had the question last week. It wasn't a dumb debate, but if you lined up the greatest quarterback in every franchise's history and then ranked those quarterbacks 1 through 32, you can make the argument that the Bears are dead ass last.
You could obviously make the argument that they've had the best receiver ever, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can find better receivers on every other franchise, including the ones that have only been around for a couple of decades.
Thank God they have Sweetness. Seriously, he's like the only good offensive player that seemingly
if they didn't have Dick Butkus, Walter Payton, and the 85 Bears, the Chicago Bears would be a lost franchise.
Yeah, they'd be the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes, they would.
Because the Cardinals have been around for 100 years, and they have
the Cardinals are actually older than the Bears.
They have very little success. They've made the Super Bowl one time, conference championship game maybe one other time.
That's the only thing keeping the Bears from being the Cardinals.
Yeah, and that they're in Chicago. Thanks.
It's crazy.
So we agree on this one?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's much more embarrassing from the Bears' point of view.
Dear friend of the Grum, Kelsey, has 2 questions for us. The first one, what is the longest time frame it's reasonable to ask for a GPA on a job application? Like, essentially, at what point does your GPA stop mattering for a job application. So like Nick, okay, someone fresh out of college. I guess it makes sense to include that or to ask for that. But like Nick's now 26. If Nick went and applied at another job, there's no reason that his GPA should be included. Who cares what his GPA is?
4.0 the whole time, though.
Wow, look at Nick. I never would have guessed.
Well, I was really good at radio school.
I was like 2.9.
Honestly, does it matter more on which job you're applying for? Like in radio, do people really care if Josh was a 2.9 in journalism school or I was a 3. I think I was a 3.2 or something. I don't remember.
Well, like this, like engineering, again, out of college, it makes sense. But if someone has had a job at an engineering firm my brother's had one for a decade. If he went to a new firm, he applied to a new firm, what difference does it make now what his GPA was in college a decade ago? He's been at an engineering firm. That should tell the story, I think once you've had like a year or two of experience, I don't think it matters anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be curious to know, and I know that some of the business publications or business networks, like they poll,
my wife likes to poll.
hiring firms and stuff about, the information that's important on a resume. And that's one that's not. I would like to know what their take is on GPA.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be surprised if, unless you're talking about the real high-end level stuff, like doctors,
but not too, like that,
or accountants, or that people don't even ask for that anymore. As long as if you got the degree, right?
Yeah,
that should be proof enough.
You would think.
Yeah. Her other question: should gallons of milk be bagged at checkout or not?
Only if you need more bags, because you need more bags for your dog poop.
I used to say no, but there was one time I went grocery shopping, and this wasn't with a thing of milk, but it was with a gallon of tea. And as I went into my apartment, I made it all the way there. It slipped out of my hand, fell on my floor like 2 feet, but it exploded all over my wall and everything.
Bummer.
And if I would have been in a bag, that wouldn't have been an issue. So now I bag all of it.
I say it depends on how many things you have. If I go to the store and I get like, a carton of eggs, some slices of cheese, and
for your sausage sandwich,
for my sausage sandwich, and
potatoes,
obviously, and a gallon of milk. In theory, you could put the food items into one bag, and then I would hold the gallon of milk by itself. Mm-hmm. Certainly, if I'm just going in to get milk, I don't need a bag. But if it's like a large grocery order, $100 grocery order, which doesn't get as far as it used to, thanks a lot, Biden. Then I want it in a bag just because everything else is in a bag.
I never bag the milk because it's got a handle. You carry it.
Right. I'm still traumatized from when it slipped out of my fingers and exploded all over my walls.
What's more likely to happen? It slips out of your hands, from the handle, or the milk is so heavy it breaks the bag.
Well, you double bag it. I've never had a bag break because of milk.
Oh, so you're into wasting plastic. And you, who were preaching at me about my generation not protecting the environment, and here Nick's double bagging his milk.
Well, I reuse it, though, for my bathroom trash can.
I do as well, yes. Yeah, I use that for that.
But that's more plastic that's being recycled through the atmosphere. Nick here for killing the environment.
Damn it, Nick, not again.
My bad, sorry.
Tony says the right Cheeto.
Crunchy.
Yeah, not even close.
Puffy are good on occasions, but I'm a crunchy boy.
Listen, crunchy, yes, but I think people way too much crap on the puffy Cheetos. Puffy Cheetos are very good.
No, they're good.
Do you know why they've gotten crapped on? I blame or give credit, depending on your side of the argument, to one movie, Little Giants. There's this famous scene where a player has his food in his helmet, and he gets knocked down, and he has to take off the helmet. And they realize there's food in there. There's peanut butter and jelly and Cheetos. And the coach, who is what was that show on Fox, Married with Children?
Ed O'Neill.
Ed O'Neill. He's the coach. And he goes, what kind of Cheetos? Puffy or Crunch? And the assistant goes, Puffy. And Ed O'Neill goes, Wimp. I think that turned people against Puffy Cheetos. I remember as a young kid, I was like, I'm out on the Puffy Cheetos.
Okay, what year was Little Giants?
94.
When I was a kid, we all still loved Puffy Cheetos, so I don't think that's
I love
the
Puffy
turning point.
Cheetos.
Puffy Cheetos are good.
Soft.
I love Puffy Cheetos. And Not only
Mr.
is it a different textural experience,
Much different.
It's a different snack.
it's a
but
different
a good
taste.
flavor. Yeah.
There's a different wang to the puffy Cheetos.
Give them to a baby.
It's like a Reese's peanut butter cup and a fast break. Same ingredients.
Oh, but much different presentation.
Much different
Like an
presentation,
enchilada and a
different flavor.
taco. Way different, John.
Yes,
Way
doesn't
different.
taste anything alike at all.
It
Way
doesn't.
different. Thank
Even
you.
though it's the exact same 5 ingredients, just in a different
So
element.
now you're going against your argument.
No, it's the same 5 ingredients.
No, about the Cheetos and cheese puffs. Those are the same ingredients, but they taste different, don't they? Different textures.
I see, and I don't know
different
why.
mouthfeel.
I don't know why, but I think there's something in how they puff them versus the Cheeto that adds a different flavor to it.
Amazing Dennis says, I haven't seen Little Giants, but puffy Cheetos are trash.
No, they're good.
They're good. I think they're delicious.
I haven't had those in
We
so
should have
long.
some puffy Cheetos for the Grum.
Nah.
Can we do that tomorrow?
Nah.
Can we have a puffy Cheeto Grum, John?
Why can't we have a puffy Cheeto Grum?
If you want to do, you feel free to
Let's
eat
have a puffy Cheeto Grum, John.
Puffy Cheetos also aren't as messy as the other Cheetos.
That is true.
You don't get as much of the Cheeto dust on your hands.
Cheese isn't as concentrated on the puppies.
You know why it is? I think the pores of the puffy Cheeto allow some of the cheese dust to seep inside of the Cheeto, thus it doesn't get on your fingers.
I agree with that take. Good take.
The Dolphins for the second time will come up in dumb debates. This was an
Okay,
email.
this is out of control
I
now.
know. This is an email from Brian. He says,
Let's
this
go.
is too good to save, so I'm sending it now. So he sent this to me on Sunday. I quite possibly heard the dumbest take this Sunday morning at church. This young guy in front of me, it sounds like Nick, decked out in Broncos gear. Oh, maybe it was Stibbs.
Oh.
Was talking to his mother-in-law. This is what he says. I want Denver to win, but if Miami can have an undefeated season, I want them to win. They are the only team to ever go undefeated, and I think it'd be cool if they did it again before any other teams did. Mind you, this was week 3 of the season, not 17 or so of the playoffs. So my question is, would you cheer against your team if it meant the team they were playing could make history?
No.
Hell no. Also, it's week 3.
That is a horrible take.
That
You
is
can't
a
be
weird
having
week
that
3
opinion in week 3.
That's not a real Bronco fan. That's a Bronco fan who is like, that's a fake Bronco fan.
Ask me again in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
But as of right now, it probably wouldn't bother me. Granted, I am on the team that's going to win.
Yeah, you're the
But
undefeated team, Nick.
if I was Broncos fan, first of all, I'd be in a hospital right now. Because
they're bad?
Yeah, I'd be in a bad
Because
place.
you'd be on the door.
Yeah, I'd be Stibbs. Yeah. But I like the idea of experiencing history more than, being mad about it. So if I have the chance to witness something amazing happen, then I'd rather that happen, even if it's at the expense of my team.
Even in the championship
that is
game?
a terrible take.
Yeah. Even in the championship game, it's the end of the season.
Here,
you can say I would appreciate history, but to say I would root for the team making the history.
All right, no, if it was in that situation,
It's the
yes,
Super Bowl.
I would appreciate it, but I'd be mad about it. I'd be so mad about it, but I'd appreciate it.
If anything, I would be even more jazzed about my team being the one that ended history.
Like the Giants fans have to be over the moon excited. Not only did you beat a team you hate, you beat a team that was undefeated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a greater accomplishment. And people forget that's history too.
Mm-hmm.
It was historic to watch the Giants spoil the Patriots party.
It was historic to watch the Dolphins beat the Broncos to dust.
That was historic. 70 to
amazing.
20. That was an ass whooping.
Should have gone for the field goal.
It was quite the
I'm annoyed about it.
butt kicking, right? Yeah. Okay.
No, I like my team and I like rooting for my team, but I'd rather experience the history just to say that I saw that, like I was there.
Brian says, I sent that email, and let me tell you, after watching my NFL team blow the biggest Super Bowl lead ever, I say, F no, give me the win, not history.
Yes.
Oh, so Brian must be a Falcons fan. That stinks.
Absolutely. No, my team supersedes all, which is why I keep bagging on you guys going on and on about Ohtani. I don't care. I want the Cubs to win.
So now at least you finally admit it. That's crazy. You can't appreciate a guy who's in the AL and you never see. Can't appreciate that guy. I appreciate Mahomes.
No, I'm about my team, number one. First,
Yes, me
foremost.
too.
Don't care about the other history that's being made. Plus, I knew what was going to happen.
Well, you knew
the
he was gonna get
Angels were
injured?
still going to lose.
Yeah, right, because you've poisoned him.
Who day?
Wow. Jeez, look at this kid. Nick's talked
Those
more
are the same guys that concussed your quarterback.
Nick
No, the Bills concussed my quarterback.
No, not the second time. No.
The second time when
Oh, no, the
when
fencing
Tua got
possession,
all
yeah.
frozen, yeah, that was the Bengals.
That was the
Those are
second
the same
concussion.
animals that you were just celebrating there.
Oh, no, I hate the Bengals.
Nick has talked more trash in the last week to you than I think I have about the Rams in our entire time together.
Well, just remember, my team has a Super Bowl ring.
So does mine.
2 of them in my lifetime.
Fair.
So did
So did Nick's teams.
in your lifetime.
But I was a baby,
But
and it
John
didn't
was
matter.
going goo goo gaga.
But I was popping the milk champagne cork.
But don't you count the Husker? Didn't the Huskers get a championship when you were a baby?
Just one. That's why we get rid of this. In this house, we don't acknowledge the 1970s.
No, we definitely acknowledge 19s. You get out of here. I hope Guy the Fly Ingalls finds you on the street and kicks you in the nuts.
Come find me, Guy. Hey, where's Guy? I want to know where Guy is.
Well, he's a fly.
Get it?
so-
I'm Ryan Day, John. I'm your favorite coach. I want to know where Guy is. Is he asleep?
Let me push him out of a
He
wheelchair.
never did anything to you.
Hey,
Not like that mean old Lou Holtz, that mean old man at the end of the street.
does Guy Ingalls live in Nebraska?
Yeah, he lives in Omaha. He's from
Our thing.
Omaha.
Oh, I wonder if Guy's listening. What if
Hey,
Guy
Guy.
is a friend of the Grum?
Are you a friend of the Grum guy?
Well, that's the championship you're taking away
Sorry, Guy.
for no good reason.
I want to no for a very good reason. I want to award a World Cup to America. America.
America.
Mhm.
We got a World Cup. We got the World Cup of World Wars. 2 of them.
That's true.
World War II champions.
Back-to-back miracle.
1620 zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Bacon is the most flavorful
Give a
food in the
piece
whole
of
world.
bacon to a baby, and then give the baby a piece of sausage. The look on the child's face when they eat the bacon, mind blowing.
Can you trust a child for your food takes, and that's your problem?
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes, there you go.
Hey, look at this baby. That baby knows.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Spectacular weather into this evening with the light winds and the temperatures in the 70s. Later on tonight, mostly clear skies, drops back to around 54 for the low, and then mostly sunny, breezy, and warmer for Thursday. High temperature near 85. I am Chief Meteorologist Phil Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like that wreck is still causing delays on westbound 370 at 36th with stop-yo traffic back from the JFK. Otherwise, slow going on southbound 480 from Harney to the JFK. If you're south on 680, delays between Pacific and I-80. If you're east on I-80, delays from 680 to 72nd. And then a slight delay on the southbound JFK between Chandler and Childs. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook. It is time to snap into some NFL action this season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Why? Because right now, new customers will get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed, and all you have to do is place a $5 bet. $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. What a deal. And if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there is no better time and no better deal than that. Get in on the action now. Plenty of options available for you to bet on the FanDuel Sportsbook: spreads, player props, over-unders, season season longs, why don't you mix in a same game parlay as well while you're at it? All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/Happer. Kick off the NFL season the only way, the right way. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans. We're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders. We're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community. We help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
After injuries to Gabe Irvin Jr. and Ramir Johnson, Anthony Grant has become the lead back for the Huskers, and offensive coordinator Marcus Satterfield said the team needs him more than ever.
Again, we challenge him every day, just, ball security, taking care of the football. I think that, that's been a focus for him. He's known what to do on every play for the most part, so I think he's just got to focus. He knows that his teammates need him really bad right now at this moment in time, so I think he's committed to the team and committed to making sure that he's ready to roll each and every play.
Defensive coordinator Tony White gave his thoughts on Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh.
He's got an NFL approach. He's blue collar, physical, tough. You see elements in that in everything. Special teams, offense, defense. You see that in the recruiting. You see that everywhere. And so, it's a program. It's a winning program.
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all Nebraska Huskers football fans. Get ready for an electrifying season of college football with Tickets for Less. Experience the thrill of the game and witness the power of a new era under our exciting new head coach. And here's the best part. Use promo code THEZONE to score incredible savings on your Husker tickets from Tickets for Less. Whether you're cheering from the stands at Memorial or plan to catch a game on the road, Tickets for Less has the seats you need. Don't miss out on this opportunity to be part of the Huskers journey. Visit ticketsforless.com and use promo code THEZONE today.
Matt Davison breaks down Louisiana Tech and previews the Michigan game Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5. Program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
If you love whiskey or want to learn more, then get to Omaha Whiskey Fest Saturday, October 7th from 2 to 5 at the Hilton downtown Omaha. Sample from more than 400 whiskeys. It's the largest whiskey event in the region. Get tickets at omahawhiskeyfest.com.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'd love to hang out with your kid.
On 1620 The Zone.
Coming up tomorrow, we're going to get more on Michigan with Clayton Safey, who's with the On3 Network, covers the Wolverines. Also, it's the Greeks' big board. Josh is going to attempt to give every check mark, even the home team one, to Michigan.
I was actually just thinking about the obvious ones that I will give to Michigan tomorrow, and just the first few that popped into my head, and then trying to figure out which ones will go for Nebraska.
Are you gonna add a box to the board, like handsomest coach?
Oh, well, I mean,
handsomest coach without his shirt on.
Yeah,
So
we know.
people
No
forget.
offense, Matt Rule, but yeah, we know what the answer is. It's Harbaugh.
Well, that's because Matt Rule does not get himself photographed naked in front of children.
That's true.
Our friend Michael Severe, who joined us earlier,
Yes, he did.
Came in hot.
tweeted this out, because this is going to be one of those areas where if Nebraska is going to win this game, I think part of it will come from the fact that the Wolverines haven't seen another team who plays offensively like this one. They don't run the option. Not a lot of teams line up in the I anymore. Michael said that the I formation was used 14 times last week in the second half, and especially on that first drive where they pretty much just lined up in, 21 or 22 personnel and just plowed forward. 14 times they line up in the I formation. 12 carries for 110 yards. 1 incomplete pass and a fumbled snap. 11 of those 12 runs were by Anthony Grant for 102 yards.
Woo!
Could have had more if not for the downfield holding call. The other run was an option keeper that went for 8 yards.
Wow.
So when they got in the I formation,
they were successful.
They were very successful.
Their success rate was very, very high in those scenarios. Very, very high in those scenarios.
Makes you wonder how much of it they're going to break out for this game. Will they enter this game the same way that they started the second half?
In terms of
Will
formations?
they come in heavy? Remember that scene with Uncle June and Tony Soprano in the first season where they were having the beef over territory, and Uncle June says, you either come in heavy or don't come in at all. Well, Nebraska come in heavy. They line up in the eye and just say, stop us. I'm curious to see how that works out.
And then will they be able to be successful?
Yes.
I'm curious when we talk to Todd Furman about it tomorrow. I'm curious about it when we talk about it with Clayton, because this is a team, and we've mentioned it a few times since Monday. Michigan has kind of gotten lost this season a little bit nationally, given that their head coach was gone for the first 3 games.
Yeah.
One of their games was on Peacock. I think another one was on BTN.
Yeah.
Essentially, they were on kind of forgettable networks, and let's be honest, they didn't play anybody. And so it was unlike Ohio State, who has now played Notre Dame, but even played Indiana in the opener. Unlike, I guess Georgia hasn't really played anybody either, but like Florida State, national scene multiple times. Some of those other top contenders they've had their moments, good or bad. Alabama, certainly. Michigan is not. And so even though I've seen them, I still don't know exactly what they are. They seem like a little bit worse than last year. Maybe not a little. Maybe they're worse than last year. But the thing about the sport this year, John, is it seems like everybody's worse.
Yeah, there's no great teams.
I would say this. If this was a season ago and they had gotten off to this start, I think that we would be saying, "Ooh, what's going on with Michigan? Is something wrong with Michigan?" Because at the top last year, there didn't seem to really be problems with some of those top teams. I think everybody's having their own issues. So I'm looking forward to talking about both those things with those guys tomorrow.
From the Stumanji Sports Bureau, under something to watch this weekend, Nebraska's opponents are 12 for 12 scoring in the red zone. They've allowed 7 touchdowns and 5 field goals. That's tied for the worst in FBS. Conversely, Michigan ranks 96th in red zone offense. They are 13 for 17 in the red zone, 13 touchdowns, no field goals. Something here has to give.
Yeah.
Now, I would say, if you were looking at it from a positive standpoint, that Nebraska hasn't allowed a lot of drives into the red zone, and they haven't allowed a lot of big plays to turn into scores, right? I mean, teams have had to drive into the red zone to get a score, and it has been tougher to sustain long drives against Nebraska. But teams have scored every time they've been in the red zone. Now, some of that comes also from no turnovers, and they've faced some teams with some decent field goal kickers, apparently.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. Michigan's only 13 for 17, which, I mean, if it was baseball, it'd be tremendous. But when you get inside the 20, you'd like to have a better scoring percentage than 77%.
Can confirm. Red zone touchdowns would be nice for any team.
Yes.
Very nice.
I feel your pain.
Thank you, John. I appreciate your support in a time like this.
I wasn't supporting you.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's a great stat. Who will win that battle?
Yep.
Who will give?
Because if it's going to be a lower scoring game, as I anticipate it will be,
gotta hold them to field goals.
Yes.
Gotta hold them to field goals.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Just some things to watch for.
Sounds like a preemptive key party.
Yeah, and then tomorrow we'll do our big board.
Well, coming up next, letter writing campaign. I wonder if this person put his GPA on his resume.
Okay.
And Tyreek Hill has a dream.
He has a dream.
I
find
hope
out
it's a
what
good one.
Well, I mean, it could be.
I'm a little
depending
curious.
on your point of view.
I'm very curious.
1620 The Zone.
the best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
No matter how dark it gets, there's always a sunrise, a warm bed, a warm meal, and hope. Sienna Francis House serves hope to those experiencing homelessness and addiction. Every day, we provide more than 1,000 meals and serve nearly 500 guests in our emergency shelter, Miracles Recovery Program, and supportive housing apartments, and help our guests navigate a path to permanent housing. Learn more at siennafrancis.org.
Sports fans, Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Located in the Capital District in downtown Omaha, experience Let It Fly's unique brand of hospitality with 2 floors, 2 bars, 2 expansive outdoor patios, and an in-house podcast studio with live broadcast of the Let It Fly show. Hosted by me, Michael Severe, and Josh Jones. Host your next college game day watch party, private event, weekend brunch getaway, or a date night right here at the Let It Fly Sports Bar. Try our delicious brunch menu and reserve your seat for the game.
Vallis Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard has something fun for all ages. Come take a ride on the antique cars, where the kids are the drivers. Visit our foam ball play area called the Egg Scramble. Stop by the cider mill area where you can have a drink of refreshing apple cider and taste some deliciously good barbecue at Ethan's Applewood Smokehouse. Vallis has more than 50 other attractions included with admission, along with fireworks every Friday night at 9. Vallis, the place to visit this fall.
If you love food, love fun, love fall, you'll love Vallis Pumpkin Patch best of all.
It's obvious. The unthinkable is going to happen soon. With all the distractions in the media, we probably won't see it coming. Your gut tells you there's something very wrong going on, and all the evidence suggests that there is. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing. But you know better. American families are preparing. Folks are getting into self-reliance and investing in emergency food storage. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, is the place you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least 1 food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save 25%, plus get free shipping on all their 3-month emergency food kits. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship the same day. It's time to prepare for what's coming. mypatriotsupply.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay. Nick.
The black shirts currently rank 42nd in Max Olson's stop rate metric on The Athletic.
Stop in the name of the black shirts. Sorry.
No, continue. I want you to go.
Nope. Can't.
How much higher do they need to climb if Nebraska is going to make a bowl game?
I don't know if they have to climb all that much more if they can maintain this level. And keep in mind, this ranking attributes the Colorado game where they pooped out there in the second half. So I don't know if it needs to climb a lot, but if they continue playing at this level against the more offensively challenged teams that they will see on the schedule, I think it may end up climbing anyway.
See, I was going to say the same thing, especially when you think about the fact that 2 of their opponents so far have been Group of 5 opponents. So if they were able to keep this up with 8 games remaining versus Power 5 competition, I think that would be good. By happenstance, if they keep this level of play up, the stop rate actually will improve because they're going against some pretty suspect offenses. The thing that they're going to need is the offense is going to have to do some lifting as well.
Well, but which
this is not what that. I'm just saying, like, the offense is going to have to help the defense. They're going to have to do some things for them if they're going to make a bowl game.
Aaron Rodgers says the Jets need to grow up a little bit on offense. Is that what will solve their problems?
I don't think that it's that. I think that they need a better quarterback. And you know what, Aaron? Hey, stop being lazy and get out there and help your team.
Aaron Rodgers is soft.
Look, this was a team that made a trade to get a quarterback because they knew that the quarterback they had was bad. Well, then that quarterback got hurt. Their offensive line was already suspect. You know, this is, of course, what they were going to turn into when your franchise quarterback got hurt.
Meanwhile, maybe Zach Wilson will use another old calling him out as motivation.
Where's Aaron Rodgers at? I want to talk to him.
No, not Aaron Rodgers. I'm talking about Joe Namath.
Oh, Joe Namath.
Joe Namath pretty much put Zach Wilson on blast and said, yeah, this dude's ain't getting it done.
You think if Zach Wilson scores a touchdown, he'll shush him?
Yeah, when that touchdown makes the final score, Chiefs 44, Jets 7. That would be a great one.
That'd be awesome.
Colin Kaepernick sent a letter to the Jets offering his services to the practice squad as a risk-free option. Publicity stunt? Probably, but should they actually consider it?
I think they should.
I do too.
First of all, even if it is a publicity, who cares? You need a quarterback. He's offering his services. And some people have been saying, well, Kaepernick doesn't really want to come back. Well, fine, call it his bluff. But I don't think he is bluffing. I think he does still want to play. What do you have to lose, Jets? Seriously, what do you have to lose? First of all, he's offering to be on the practice squad.
Yeah, it's not even the team. He doesn't want to be on there. I mean, he would be, but he would love to be on the regular roster. That's not what he.
And if the Jets continue to flounder with Zach Wilson, they may just say, Colin, you're in. I don't think they have much to lose. Folks will say, well, what about the locker room?
What about the locker room, John?
I don't think the fellow NFL players care one way or another about, well, they may care about what Kaepernick was originally protesting way back when.
Remember the old days?
In the old days.
2016.
But right now, they just want to win. And if they can get a guy on the field that could help them win, what's the worst that can happen? They continue to lose?
Yeah, I'm with you on this one, man. And you and I have been in lockstep on the idea of bringing him back for years, where he's been out of the game for so long that I didn't really think that the juice was worth the squeeze. This is for the practice squad, as you pointed out.
Right.
He's not saying, like, put me on the regular roster, coach. I'll be great. Yeah, they should, of course, try it out. If it doesn't work, cut him. It's not a big deal. Move on.
Yeah, you're not going to lose anything from this, in my opinion.
Cowboys offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer says the Patriots are seeking out ex-Cowboys for inside information. Patriots offensive coordinator Bill O'Brien says that happens every week in the NFL. Are you okay with this Belichickian tactic?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's professional sports, right? Like what are they supposed to do? If it helps you get an edge, it's not cheating.
No.
It's just trying to bring in a player, who might have some intel on a team, maybe some tells on one guy versus the other.
Everyone, I think, and I agree with Bill O'Brien. I think everyone does it.
Yeah. Schottenheimer, stop crying. Focus on red zone scoring, Brian.
And oh, by the way, Brian Schottenheimer, there's a very notable ex-Cowboy who's on the Patriots roster, and his name is Zeke Elliott.
Yeah.
Remember when you had Zeke Elliott?
Yeah, I don't really miss him.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
ESPN's Buster Olney gives the Cubs season a B. John, Take your frustration blinders off and tell me if this is a fair grade.
Well, it's a B unless it comes to catching fly balls.
Oof.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. This was not a team that was supposed to be in the playoffs. Probably won't be anyway. Though the Mets are doing me a favor. Thank you, Mets.
Oh, METS.
Mets.
But yes, a B is a very good grade for this group. Very good grade.
You weren't even supposed to make the playoffs, right?
No.
Yeah, so yeah, A+ Cubs.
No, A+ means we win the World Series.
Okay, a B is fine. I think
B is a good grade.
Yeah, judging by how you felt about the team in March.
Now they better be an A in the off season.
Oh, he wants Shohei.
No.
Oh.
No, I want
Mike
I
Trout.
want someone worth the value.
Derek Jeter. Bring him out of retirement.
I want a whole player, not a half a player.
Wow. That's mean.
Sad.
Well, literally, he's lost half of his ability.
That's true.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Former 49ers headman Jim Tomsula is a champion of ELF. What's ELF, you ask? Does it have to do with Santa? No. European football, you idiot. How about him winning it all while rocking 2 pairs of glasses and binoculars?
Yeah, did you see this, John? Did you see the binoculars? Scroll down a little. Well, first of all, you can see the 2 glasses he's got.
I wish I would have clicked on this earlier. I would have included the picture
Yeah.
for our graphic.
Look at those binoculars. What's he doing? He's a head coach. Also, his pants are so
Well,
baggy.
You know what it is? They're making them play on these damn soccer fields, which are so freaking wide you can't see to the other side.
How dare they
This
play
is
soccer
This is
on
a
a soccer
championship
field.
move here. This is a championship move here by old Jimmy Tom.
Look at Jim Tomsula.
I forgot that Jim Tomsula was the coach of the 49ers.
Dude, remember that?
And
They
he was quite the
Nick.
character, and he had some of the weirdest things to say.
Yes, he did. Drew McGarry had a whole bit about him and how weird he was. Nick, he was the head coach of the 49ers. Aptly enough for the conversation we were just having about one Colin Kaepernick. Oh, never mind. It was the year before Colin Kaepernick took a knee. They went 5-11.
Oh,
the glory years of the 49ers, as some of us call it.
He got fired, and then they brought in Chip Kelly, and they went 2-14.
Yikes.
Not great.
Which was the ultimate glory years for the Frisco.
They were so bad. Though they did beat the Rams in the season opener 28-0 And they beat them at the end of the year, too?
Yeah.
Oh, that
was
was
not the glory years for
That
my
was right
franchise.
before McVay.
Yeah.
That was the last Jeff Fisher season.
Yeah, I was old Jeffy Fish.
Well, I forgot that their only 2 wins were against the Rams.
Yikes.
They
We are
sucked.
cursed against that god-awful franchise.
Yeah, you really are.
With all those people who rob drugstores.
Congrats to Tom Sula and his glasses.
Yes, congratulations.
And binoculars.
And binoculars.
And baggy-ass pants.
And baggy-ass pants.
Tyreek Hill has a dream. And that dream isn't winning another Super Bowl, this time with a new team, but something, well...
So you retire, you gonna be all over, huh? You gonna be on TV, everything. Huh?
Nah, when I retire, bro, I really want to be a porn star, though, bro. Like, dead serious. Like, you think I got that? No?
Nah, I mean, do whatever you want, bro. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I don't got an opinion on that.
He talk, what was
That's Mike
this?
Evans of the Bucks. So they do this Twitch feed together, and that's Tyreek Hill wants to be a porn star. And he's being serious.
You know what? I support sex workers.
Yeah,
That's fine.
good for
Let him do
good
what he
for
wants.
him.
Well, support some sex workers.
Oh, do you have a story to tell?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to don't want to put a blanket over all of that.
Okay.
Support the consensual sex
Oh,
worker.
yeah.
Yeah, it's John. They're
John, that should
workers.
be implied.
Yeah, John.
I never know
jeez.
with you.
What do you mean? What's...
Did you just turn
Have
off
you
your
seen your
microphone?
No, this is... What would happen if he actually went through with it?
People would. I don't know. Do you buy? I don't know.
He would have sex tapes online.
Yeah, not sex MP4s.
MP4s.
Sex
yeah.
videos.
Yeah, they're not really. Yeah, you don't have tapes anymore. There could be the all 22.
That should be the name of his first video. He should be in an orgy video, and they call it the All 22. That is perfect.
That's an idea. Friends, we've made it. The last Wednesday without football for months and months.
Oh.
And given how much we hate the future of college football, the program will be supportive of the little green guys little guys each Wednesday and then Tuesday moving forward, right?
It's our duty as someone who doesn't want the grand brand.
Duty.
This is what,
I don't think
John,
it's our duty.
I would say it is. We went very
It's
hard
our
in the
duty
paint
to protect their right to exist.
and to support them by watching them.
Fight for the
Well,
right
but
to
I
party.
need nights of the week where I can watch our movie club selection, which is what? Jay and Evil Bob Rule the World, or what was the name of your
Jay
film?
and
Tucker
Bob,
and
that's a
Dale.
good-
Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Tucker and
on
Dale
Peacock.
versus
Yeah, I think
Evil.
I'm going to watch that tonight.
Yeah, see, that's why I need these days in the middle of the week without football, because I have to have time to watch the
Evil and
movie.
Dale.
The Evil and Dale.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
The Dale and Dale show.
I don't know why you guys struggle with it so much. Half of the title is one of the best NASCAR drivers ever, John.
Oh, when we return,
Dale.
That's better than Dale.
bet of the day, but a horrific burn from a Big Ten coach onto another program in the Big Ten Conference.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
What did Kirk Ferentz say this time? On 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
It's the Genesis Health Club's anniversary celebration sale. We're celebrating 37 years of fitness by you joining for just 37 cents and get the rest of the year for free. Just 3 days left. Hi, I'm Rodney Stephen with Genesis Health Clubs, and we're celebrating our 37th anniversary. Every day, Genesis members celebrate their health and fitness by feeling great and loving life. The better your health is, the more you enjoy each and every day. Regular exercise is the #1 ingredient to a healthy and more prosperous life. Join Genesis Health Clubs today for our 37th anniversary and join for just 37 cents and get the rest of the year for free. With a 37-cent enrollment fee and a savings that make the rest of the year for free, it's easy to get going and start celebrating today. 3 days left. Join today at GenesisHealthClubs.com. This time next year could be your 1-year anniversary of a happier, healthier, more confident, and more energetic version of yourself. Genesis Health Club will help you every step of the way. Join Genesis today for just 37 cents and get the rest of the year for free. Now that's something to celebrate.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Terrors of the night stalk among the trees. In the distance, fear awaits. A shriek, laughter, then silence. It's the season of darkness at the Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. Spend an hour with nothing to protect you but your own screams. Bring your group and witness unspeakable horrors that test every fiber of your nerves. Hayride and House combo $30 or $19 separately. The Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. BellevueBerryFarm.com.
Matt Davidson breaks down Louisiana Tech and previews the Michigan game Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5. Program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
So you can really hit it from both sides.
The 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, yesterday in the bet of the day, one of John's games got rained out, but the Braves won. So he won $100 That's like literally the worst case
Cool.
scenario. So
Awesome.
we discussed yesterday, is there a bad scenario? And you said, no matter what happens, I'm going to win. Not so much. I had the Mariners to cover against the Stros. They covered. Let's go, Mariners. Nick had the Twins and the Braves. Both of those two teams won as well. So we were all winners. I'm going to go with a parlay. It's called the Heart Parlay, John. It's what the heart wants.
The Heart Lay.
The Angels are going to beat the Rangers to help out the Mariners, who beat the Astros again. Plus 373.
Braves minus 162.
Wow.
All too easy.
Over. Oh, can I?
Stealing candy from a baby. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
Over.
I mean, the Cubs are probably going to
Nick,
drop
just
another.
say it, Nick. Say it.
Over 12.5 runs on the Dodgers and Rockies game. Minus 112.
Wow, 12.5.
They're at course.
I know, but that's a hell of a total.
Minus what, Nick? Minus
112.
I think yesterday's game was like 5-1 or something.
Okay, John. So a coach has spoken, and this might be fighting words. We might hear another coach say, "Where's such and such? I want to see him."
Okay, what do we got?
James Franklin.
Uh-oh.
You know James Franklin.
I do.
He's the head coach, Nick, of Penn State.
The famous Franklins.
Yeah, State College, PA. He said today, this is according to Joel Haas, who is a student reporter, supports student journalists. James Franklin said the team wasn't blasting music at practice today like they usually do because he wanted them prepared for the environment at Northwestern. Oh. How awesome is that?
No car washes, no music.
Joel has added the Wildcats are averaging 17,500 fans at Ryan Field this season. Boom. Roasted.
Not allowed to watch Shrek.
Man.
Oh, that is funny.
Oh, Nick.
Did you see also what Jimmy Franklin did yesterday during his press conference? They got somehow he was drinking coffee, and he does not like to drink his coffee straight.
Coffee.
But because he's fasting right now, he's not adding any of the frou-frou stuff.
Nice.
And they got on the subject of that. And so he made every reporter, before they asked their question, tell him how they like their coffee.
Oh.
And it ended up in, if you look it up on the BTN network's social media, there's like a 3-minute long cut up.
Is it funny?
It is. It's just all these people. And then he's asking questions about the coffee. But so does it taste like this? What is it? How do you, so you don't, and one guy didn't like coffee. And so he's like,
Connor
do
Happ?
you like tea? You like Red Bull?
I like tea.
Oh, basically the question is there any caffeine that you want to use?
Yeah.
Coffee, black.
What question do you think Scott Frost would have asked reporters?
You know what? I'm just going to remain silent here, Nick.
Mountain Dew flavors? You seem like a Mountain Dew guy.
Oh, what's your favorite kind of dip?
I like French onion. No, I meant your dip. And then spit in a cup, all right in front of Trev Alberts.